Hello, hello, hello. So we are going to get started. I'm going to put you on the, we're going to say music channel for now. I have a tremendous amount of food that I need to eat. So it's going to take me a minute, but I'm going to set you up with the usual music video from Keeper Green. And then as soon as I finish, I will begin. I don't know if we're going to do. We might do some arena, we might do some regular Tarkov, or honestly, I may pop in and do some Claire Obscura. I keep hearing really good things about it, so for me, I think it's. I don't know if it's going to happen today or not, but we're definitely going to jump into it at some point. I think Jokas is taking a rest day, so we'll see if we can catch up with him on Wednesday. If not, no worries. We will catch him another evening. So I'm going to send a couple DMs out and get this taken care of. You guys enjoy the music video until I'm done eating. And I'll see you soon.
I deliver. This a motherfucking nuke that I pop in the world in my pocket. Look you out the continent, always drop hot shit. Toroidal will be constant, and I won't stop till I reach twice conscious. Nigga, 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 nigga,
life is a drag, sometimes life is a bust, but we all got to do what we must. We got to keep on, keep it on. Super trouble on their wrist. She never been in no She in my phone every day. She wanna fuck to the haters. They said everybody case. I heard the boy on that case. I know Muslims in their face. Cause you see her whipping dealership play. I had to fuck with the grace. I had my bills like to say my grace. Little bit of more disgrace. I thought I told you that. Talk about the rest in the bag. So flow, man. Which one of the boys gonna make it back? I'm on my house to cost some change. I drink every glass of make a leave. Mama, you won't go see better days. I'm in the studio working every day. I'm like, with the camera, say shots every day. I got big dreams, yeah, like 17. Yeah. hit her for real. They could have seen. She going natural, or she'll leave like a lead. I like cash out, girl. What you need? She like the Percocet, because of me. Yeah, drugs heal pain for me. So drugs heal pain, but no OD. I don't play with my game. Got my feet. 300 on the oils, with this freezing. Nigga loud my name, but it's half classy clean. Bitch, I thought you should advise it. I thought you gonna come from my place. You niggas been staying that case. Shaking it for my place. Super jump on in that race. She never got it early. She ain't my friend every day. She wanna fuck to that hate. Pay something about that case. I heard that one talk on that case. None of them losing their face. Cause the CEO with them people short. Now I have to go with the grace. 5 meals, I just in my face. Living in all the space. I thought I told you that.
Wolf Company 64.
roller, blaze on the collar, diamond drop baller. I keep taller, never did not a baller. But these boys off, I'm a 20-inch taller. But the left or right, I'm out of sight of foe. I'm bounced off the road, I'm in a motor with the motor, chain and tune. Hop by my big body form, chain with the tongue, can't forget me what a norm. I'm looking good, I'm getting good. And it's understood, got money for good. I'm pushing big body, can't stop it. With a 9-8, got a silver bitch poppin'. I'm a pro slow, fucking on the oppo, get the stove. I'ma go real slow, fucking with the oppo. I'ma let the band scream, man, I'm looking clean. One more control, be green, and nice look clean.
Oh yeah, we got love. Going sticky, green with flow, and that bug. Wanna be a Project, that you want. This ain't what you want. Project, that you want. This ain't what you want.
Get it, boys. I outdid myself with tonight's meal. I can never tell if people would prefer me to stay off camera when I eat or be on camera when I eat. It's apparently a risky line. Some people get offended if you're eating and they're not. The people are like, brother, let me know what you eat. They always want to see, no matter what's happening. Okay. Here, I'll put myself here in the corner. Part of it too is my desk is super high, so anytime I'm like eating, I'm always like bent forward, and I'm not in front of my mic either. That's what I gather from most of my encounters. But it depends on the person. That's fair. Jokas, what you got cooking on RuneScape tonight there, bud? You smoking and vibe? I feel that. Especially the headset. I see my forehead 90% of the time. Make sure they get the forehead. It's either that or I like hold it all the way up here. There's some of the new crafting stuff that came out for the level 110 update yesterday. 110? Brother, I gotta be fair. Although, this was definitely a decade ago. I don't think it was above like level 30 or maybe 40 on RuneScape. I had an account for the longest time. I doubt it had anything worthwhile. Mithril armor or something. Last thing I knew, like the best or most expensive item was like a red Santa hat or something like that. I'm gonna go ahead and say that that's not the case anymore, given how much time has passed. It's something I've had in my gaming pocket for the past 22 years. What, RuneScape? 23 years. I got a 20-year cape and shit. But I obviously took a decade off or so between. Didn't they... Have you played RuneScape Wildlands? I think that's what it's called. It's like the graphic updated RuneScape. Have you played that at all? I saw like maybe 5 minutes of footage, and the guy that I was watching seemed clueless. I don't think he'd ever played RuneScape before. What'd you think about it? Not the same thing at all? Because I know, like, with RuneScape and a couple other games, like, there's a certain level of nostalgia that you're competing. Dragon Wilds, there it is. There's, like, a certain level of, like, nostalgia that you're competing against, which is why, like, when I played Doom Dark Ages, I really enjoyed it. But I still couldn't say that I preferred it over the original Doom, just purely for nostalgia reasons. It's more like Valheim than RuneScape. It's Valheim with RuneScape stuff in it. Okay, so like Valheim with RuneScape assets. Some of the crafting stuff looked pretty cool though, just because it was like graphically updated. It's a survival-based building type game. It's cool, but not what RuneScape is in depth. Really? So RuneScape still has more depth than that game? If that's the case, I don't know how they decided they should release the game like that. I would have imagined they would have just taken what RuneScape is and made it into like a modern graphic-based experience. Yeah, magic spells, ores, it's great for what it is, but it's just not as much. I may have to send you on a task in RuneScape to do something cool so I can see what it looks like. That's fair. 23 years of content with it. I used to play games similar to that, and it has an unbelievable amount of like map progression, map expansion, characters, monsters, items, outfits, spells. It's like a 2D top-down. It looks super cool, but it's just like one of those games where I kind of wish they would have done what they did with RuneScape, where you can kind of like automate some of it. Because I just don't have the time to like go and like play that game like I did when I was younger. That's like coming out with a new World of Warcraft and have them come out with a new updated graphic one. The graphic one might have 1% of the content the original has just due to age. That's fair. I don't know why I thought that they would like take all the content from RuneScape and move it over. Am I crazy to think that that's what they would have done, right? Or at least like maybe half of it. And so every day you see me, maybe on playing anything, I have RuneScape in the bag, so you've always got it running then. Now, I wonder. If you didn't have your account from so long ago, would you still play it? Like if you had to start over, or you were like new, would you? Or do you only stick around and play it because they've automated it and because you have an account with tons of stuff and character progression? I don't think they could have produced 1/10 of what RuneScape has in it. There's thousands and thousands of items. Really? You don't think so? Well, I guess if I'm thinking about how progression works in most games, even if they could, they wouldn't, because you want to like release like content updates, right? Because everybody like gets 45 days into a release of a game and they're like, we want more stuff, we want this, we want this, we need more stuff. So maybe that's part of it. You say I play an alt that I made last year, which is maxed out, all level 99s now, working on all 120s. I'm playing 2 accounts right now. Okay. Because I get that. Like the automated appeal to me makes the most sense. Obviously you don't get the same advantage as if you were playing it, right? But if you're getting, I don't know, say 60% on the dollar for something that's just doing it for you, I could see the appeal in that. Oh my god. That's fair. I forget, dude, that like with crafting and with arm, like there is an unbelievable amount of stuff. That's probably also the reason why it was a little daunting for me to want to pursue it. Not just because I have no idea what my account information is, or even if it's still around. It probably got deleted in a wave of inactivity, but the amount of crafting materials and the amount of items in general in that game is a little daunting for an amateur. So everyone nowadays will tell you to play old school RuneScape, which is what the game was 15 years ago, which is probably what I'm familiar with. Is that just because it has less stuff, or it's simpler in its design, or is it again pure nostalgia? I think last I checked was at like 15 to 18k hours or something. It was disgusting. Yeah, you probably never want to look at that number again. It breaks it all down. Super nice on RuneScape 3. It's very user friendly now. Okay. Because that's like part of it, dude. It's the same reason why like my buddies always try to get me to play Rust. And there's some parts of Rust that look kind of cool. I don't want to do all the other crafting stuff. I don't want to do all... I mean, I'm not saying I wouldn't enjoy doing some of the base building, but I know that it wouldn't be anywhere close to what most people were doing. And then like the whole idea of like losing your progression after X amount of days, like I just don't have time like that, man. It'd be like if Tarkov wiped every week. Absolutely not. That's mostly people stuck in the past that can't get out of it. That's fair. I mean, like I said, the game that I used to play, I quite literally had to like remove myself from it because it was just such a time sink that I just couldn't afford. Says the guy that's playing Tarkov. You can click a skill and it'll say at level 1 you can make this. At level 5 you can chop this with wood cutting. At level 20 you can wear this type of armor. At level 50 magic and use that spell. So before then you had to either know that or you had to just like get to that level and then it would let you. Because I would agree, it's like similar to Tarkov. Like when they added the bullet information on each caliber of ammunition and what its pen was and what its flesh damage was, right? It was kind of like, why wasn't this done at the beginning of the game? Like, there's too many things. I get that you kind of want to do like an undiscovered immersion, right? Like you figure it out. That's probably the appeal for me early on. Which is why Tarkov will never be like it was, because there's just not much mystery about it anymore. And if there is, because of like the content wheel that is so much of a thing now, usually within like a week it's figured out. Which I'm grateful. There's some stuff too sometimes that I catch and I'm like, brother, thank you so much. But like Miss J told me the other day that you could pin certain items in your stash so when you do an auto sort they don't move, and I was like, alright, well thousands of hours later we've now figured out that I can like min-max the auto sort, so it's pretty cool. Yeah, no shit, always having to bring a chart up each update. I mean, that's basically Tarkov, right? Like I've done certain quests like probably 4 or 5 times, and sometimes Mav will ask me like, hey, do you know what to do with this, or you know what to do with this? And I'm like, you should probably look it up, dude, because after 4 or 5 times of doing it, I still don't have any idea. I think if I enjoyed some of those quest lines a little bit more, I would probably know them more. And I do think my second and third wipe, I knew every single quest, where to go, what to do, what it was. But then somewhere along the line, I guess when I got burnt out on that, I don't remember anymore. He said, yeah, that's dope now too. Yeah, there's just a bunch of like quality of life stuff. Like I gotta commend Nikita, despite the fact that there's still a few obvious errors. The servers sometimes blow up, especially when they do free weekends. They have focused the last like year on just quality of life stuff, and I think it's probably the greatest thing they did, because some of the people that came into the game have absolutely no idea how broken this game actually used to be. Some of them may, but like, yeah, I enjoy it to an extent. It's like how you used to have to bring up Thoughtbot during the World of Warcraft start. I don't know what that is. I'm guessing it's like a little information bot that like kind of tells you what everything is and what you need to do and where you need to go. If they'd have done that stuff with the game I was talking about, I may have still played it. I still have the account, but like, I don't know. Let me put it in perspective. Back when I played it, like level 100 was pretty good, and like high level 300s was like god tier. Like depending on your vocation, you probably wouldn't die. I think the last that I remember, I had like a 340 or 350 who was super tanky, and there's like level 900s running around now. Like the game used to have like a level 1000 door, and it just was kind of like a joke. And because the game's been out for so long, like it's not a joke anymore. There's actually level 1000s. He said, yeah, I enjoy it to an extent. Okay. No, it's just a website, like how we look up everything. Okay, so it's like a wiki for World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft is another one, man. Like I had like a weekend back when I was in school where I like basically did like a LAN party with my buddies, and we like for 3 days we just played World of Warcraft, and I think they got me to, I don't know, level 40 or whatever it is, and it just didn't sink its teeth in. And then I think I had one more excursion where I played it, and I think either I got level gated or I had to just kind of like grind mobs, because anywhere else I went I was just dying. And I don't know, I think I died a couple times and I was like, alright, I'm out of here. Plus, to be fair, dude, I don't really like the whole like monthly subscription thing to a game. Like purely for the privilege to be able to play it. Like I'm so big on just like at face value paying for the game. And then if there's like skins or other stuff that doesn't affect the gameplay that I might want to buy, or if a game is free and they do such a good job, I'm like, bro, I gotta spend $20 at least in this game, because they've done such a good job that I'm like, I feel like I should give you some money, right? It's just not the same anymore. It just doesn't hit. You know, it doesn't. And like I said, I don't mind grindy stuff, but I can't do grindy task stuff that it doesn't really add to the immersion, and it doesn't really like make me enjoy it. It's just for the sake of getting something, right? And to me, it's like how I spend my time is everything. So for example, like I love playing Tarkov, but I just don't have I just don't enjoy it as much playing solo, not just because of spawns and other factors. I like the cheeky banter, I like the teamwork, I like the camaraderie, I like working with somebody else. And then I also like to kind of do like RP a little bit. So when you're solo, if you're trying to have like any sort of level of fun, like you basically just have to rat your balls off the whole time, and it's fine. I don't mind doing that. I'll go down and sit in D2 and have fun with Mav. But like as a solo, I don't really want to do that. So it was like when I went to Shoreline 2 times in a row and I died. I think I deleted the VOD because it was just, there was literally nothing of value. I loaded in. I did the Peacekeeper mission where I had to wear like the Untar armor. First raid I loaded in, I died within like 65 seconds. I like chose a spot where I was next to a bush, and when I turned around it made noise and he just shot me right in the face because I was a giant blueberry. Then the second raid I loaded in, ran over to cottages, and then my stream crashed and I was dead, obviously. So I loaded up the third set, and so then I just kind of like ratted up and ran into the goons right off rip, and ended up got my quest done. But it just was like, when I looked at it in the VOD, I was like, there's not really like, this isn't really enjoyable. Whereas if I'd been doing that, I would at least had like a teammate where I'd had like some sort of other conversation while we were doing that. I think the VOD would have been much better, and I probably would have kept it. But for the most part, I was just like, all right, well, nothing good happened here. So, and honestly, I didn't run into any PMCs really. So yeah, so I see So right now I'm playing some of these new Star Bloom seeds using my farming skill. The Star Bloom seeds you can weave into Star Bloom silk with your crafting skill at level 100. It's neat how it syncs everything together and it all works. Okay. Ooh, you just pulled like a memory out of my brain, dude. I guess that's not the worst. I will say when I was grinding like mobs for mats and for other stuff, like it was pretty cool when I would get certain certain items that were like worth high value, not just to sell, but like also because I needed them for crafting. But even in that game, like I used to have probably like a squad of like 5 or 6 people that I would play with. And I used to be a part of like a, I guess you call it like a guild or a clan. And we would do like big raids and do like cooperative events where we'd have to like work together. And I always played tank, so I was always kind of like the front man, and I'd have to like make sure nobody dies. And I did it really well. But when you don't have like the same group of people, or for example, the player base becomes majority Portuguese and nobody speaks English, you're just like, okay, well, I'm just gonna go do something else now. Yeah, there's an entire PVM endgame too that I do often, like boss fights and stuff. See, I wouldn't mind watching a little bit of that, but I would want like the cream of the crop. You know what I mean? Like I would want the dessert, the best part of it. I really wouldn't want to watch you like cut a tree down for an hour. Yeah, not much you can do there. I mean, I could do what a lot of people do, which is recruit, right? So I could bring people in and convince them to start playing the game. We had my buddy Meech and a couple of my other buddies were trying to get me to play Dread Hunger, if you know what that is. And it honestly, it looks like a relatively cool game, but the problem is that nobody plays it. So the whole reason that they're trying to recruit people in is because there's no player base. And like, not saying I wouldn't enjoy some of the games, but like, it's kind of like Arena sometimes, where I'm like, if you're not in a 5-stack or you're not like with a group, you're basically playing like the same 15 or 20 people, and they're all in like clans and big 5-mans. So it's just not, I don't know, like I'll do well, but it's just, I'm clearly playing against organized teams as a solo. Yeah, I'll do a PVM stream sometimes. We got a clan now and everything. That's tough if you need to recruit for the game itself. And not only that, but the official servers are gone. They like pulled the game from Steam, so you have to do this like backwards install private server thing that's like not only like a trust level, but it's just like, it'd be like basically downloading a torrent and doing that whole process, which I'm familiar with, but like it's a hard sell for anyone that's not familiar with it. It was like what's the game? Dark and Darker. It's like Dark and Darker. Like when it got like pulled off of Steam, and then I ended up and chose to support it because I felt that like based off of what I knew that they deserved my support, and it is a really cool game. But I was like trying to get people to play it, and they were like, "How do I download this?" I was like, "Yeah, you just gotta download this Magna link, and then download it through like LimeWire or whatever, and then you install it here and do this." And they were like, "Bro, that's a virus." I'm like, "No, it's not." But like, it just is. It's a hard sell for people. So if you're trying to recruit people into that, almost nobody's gonna want to deal with it. And then when you tell them there's like a player base of 10 people, they're like, "Okay, so this is just like pointless." It's tough if you need to recruit private server stuff. Yeah, WoW and RuneScape has those too. Looks cool, but a bit too slow. Yeah, the pacing is really big for me. Like Tarkov is kind of a grind when it comes to like figuring out the game, but I love the pacing of the game. I'm trying to think. I played some game recently that like the pacing just was not up to snuff. I will say, Doom Dark Ages, that's one thing that game got right really well. I never had a loading screen. I never had any downtime. I was always rolling into another fight. I was always rolling into some sort of action or some sort of sweet cutscene, or like they would take me in and out of like mech fights, and then like I'd get to like the end of a progression of a chapter, and like my dragon would like fly down, and I would like jump on the dragon, and it would take me into like the next thing, right? Which would be like a whole dragon flying experience. And like even with some of the things that I didn't like with that game, the pacing was so good. Yeah, the pacing was so good in that game, dude. It was hard for me not to continue to play it. It was like a struggle for me to break it up, I think, into like 4 streams for me to play it. And so when I got to the end of it, I laughed and I sent Mav a message, and I was like, I now understand why you basically played this all the way through in like a 20. He played it like, I think he did 20, I think it was 23 or 24 chapters inside of like 22 hours. So he just did like a straight 22-hour stream and beat the game. And he beat it on, I think, Ultra Nightmare. So he beat it on a super high difficulty. He was familiar with it, I was not. Beat it on super high difficulty, and he basically just played it all the way through, because the game never really gives you any pause. You just are like constantly going into action, and for me, like, that's a big one. That's why I have like these overlays and stuff where I've got like music and I've got other things that can kind of somewhat entertain you, because Tarkov has so much downtime when you're loading into matches that it's like, oh, 5-minute queue, 8-minute queue, right? Like, you got to look at something else. Nobody wants to watch me queue into a game and it take almost 10 minutes of someone's life where I'm just like sitting there. So plus it also doubles as like an overlay, so if you were trying to stream snipe me, you wouldn't really be able to. Not that I have like a crazy issue with that, it's just like preventative in general. Yeah, got to keep the momentum going. So, and that's the same reason why, and I say this with love, it's the same reason why like you got to clean up your inventory and get it to where it's like good shit and like clean, so you can operate at like a much higher level. He's like, I usually play Brotato or Vampire Survivors. Love Vampire Survivors. I've never played Brotato, but I've heard some good things about it. Or RuneScape or some shit. I genuinely think Vampire Survivors is probably I think I bought it for, it was like $2. I think it was like $2. That has to be one of the best games I've ever paid for at that price point. Easily 100 hours for $2. Like, easy. Yeah, usually it's not that bad. That's why I'm not playing tonight. That's fair, dude. Like, honestly, like, I'm waiting for another RPG purchase, of course, because I need at least 40 of them, right? I'm just gonna fill up a bunch of weapons cases with RPGs, and then I'm gonna start bringing them in. I do have something down the line. I'm kind of hoping that maybe you and like maybe 1 or 2 of my other buddies can do like an offline raid. And we'll have to go in a factory, and I'll have to like feed you guys RPGs, and then we'll do an offline raid, and I'm gonna have you guys do some cool stuff, and I'll record it if you're down for that. With RPGs and a couple other things. I got like a little, it shouldn't take but more than like, I don't know, 30 minutes or so, but I figured it would be cool, and then if you ever made a request or something like that, I'd be more than happy to reciprocate. I would have probably played if it wasn't that bad. No, trust me, dude, I get it. It's almost like when your inventory becomes so stuffed, it's like you become claustrophobic. You can't take anything off, you can't move anything out. God forbid you run a scav and you come out thick, right? Like when you were looking at, like, you had the pilgrim backpack and you were like, what am I supposed to do here? Like, what do I do with this? It's like, yeah, definitely, I don't care how long it takes, I'm down. Of course, I got you. I also have I have some RP ideas too that I think if we'll have to like talk about it before we start the stream, but we'll like go in with like a goal, and then we'll kind of like pick a character or pick an accent or whatever, and then once you pick it, you got to stick with it, right? Like you can't roll in and out of it. You got to like full commit. And we'll go in with just like a purpose of like having fun. I don't want to spoil it, but I got some good ideas. I think we can go in and convince some people to I don't know, go along with the plan. So it's cool if you go in with like 4 or 5 people, but it's even better if you ever had an organic raid where you like team up with some random dude who 100% could have killed you, and then you like run the raid with that person. It's one of my favorite aspects of this game. I'm down for whatever. I got voice mod premium. He's like, I want to fucking go in there with an accent that's voice modded. We can do a whole bunch of goofy shit. Yeah. And that's part of the appeal too, where it's like a struggle for me to not play Rust, because Rust has a lot of those RP opportunities. I also, depending on whether or not Grand Theft Auto decides to like be cool, because the last thing that I read about Grand Theft Auto was that they were gonna do some sort of like subscription thing based off of hours of gameplay. And to me, like, if you do that, I'm 100% not going to play your game. Not going to do it. Absolutely refuse. But I am kind of excited for the new Grand Theft Auto if they don't do that and they just put it as like a pure price point, and then they can have like a currency thing in game. But that'd be another one where I'd be happy to do that and do like an RP thing. I haven't really played Grand Theft Auto since Vice City. He's like, yeah, I played it a bunch, but more PvE, PvP, not pure PvP.
What does high score mean? New high score, is that bad? What does that mean?
Yeah, I just, I don't know, I was talking to somebody today, and they were talking about, like, oh, do you play any other games? And I didn't really have an answer, because I'm either waiting for a game. What was that game? What was that game that came out and was like an extraction shooter? Everybody loved. And everybody thought it was going to come out like this last week or so. I don't know how to describe it. There's like flying drones, and there's like the extraction aspect, in-game VoIP. I can't for the life of me think what it was called. GTA is going to be insane. Maybe. Arena Breakout. I've played a little bit of Arena Breakout. It's cool. It's so close to Tarkov, and this is, I forget what the other game was that came out that was similar to it as well, but it just, yeah, Arc Raiders, that's the one. Yeah, Arc Raiders for sure. Tried to get in the playtest, didn't happen, so that was a real bummer. It's like the first playtest I've ever tried to get into, and they didn't let me in. Arena Breakout was cool, but honestly, dude, it's so close to Tarkov that, like, anytime I play it, and I get like kills in that game, it's not as satisfying. It's not as good. Tarkov always better. I've learned that trying 5. Yeah, dude. Like, it is the best version of it. And so then it's like, if you're gonna do like a copy, or you're gonna basically like try to rip that and make it your own, you gotta beat the measure that is Tarkov, even in its broken state. And I just have not found a game that has done that yet. Every single one that I've played, I'm like, it's alright. Where I'm just like, I don't know, it's just not good enough. It's the same reason why, like, when you play Tarkov and you jump back over to Call of Duty just cannot hold a candle to Tarkov at all when it comes to like how it makes you sweat, the anticipation of like doing the right thing and then capitalizing in the moment. Like, Call of Duty just kind of feels more like Fortnite at that point. And they suck. Activision has just like absolutely robbed people of their money for the last couple iterations at least. Mav was giving me shit. He was like, well, you got the last one. And I was like, no, somebody bought it for me. And I did my best to play it. But it just was not, I don't know. It's not Tarkov. It's not Tarkov. I hate to say it, but it's just not. I got my grievances with Tarkov sometimes, but well, I got you here. How was the balance of the music video to my voice? Like, are you able to hear me pretty well? Because I've got it on a second computer, but it's a laptop and it's like real simplistic speakers. it sounds alright, but I was having to bring up the videos and have them like on this monitor. Then I have to like manually like switch back and forth and switch the videos and like do that whole thing. And then last night I was like, well, why don't I just like record it as part of the overlay? And then every time I put it on the overlay, it'll just play those. And then down the line, when I'm like, oh, this is a little played out, then I can just kind of like redo that process again. But I really like the visuals that Kiefer Green made. I don't know if you're a weeb enjoyer, but I like the video game, pop culture, anime kind of like mixes. And there's nothing quite like Aqua Teen Hunger Force on Adult Swim back in the day. I kind of wish they were still making the episodes. I saw one of my buddies at the gym today, and he was telling me a couple different things, so I was having to like console him a little bit and kind of reframe his grief that he had. But he was like, yeah, he's like, I'm doing back and arms. He's like, I'm trying to get arms like you. And I told him, I was like, well, if you just do tree work like I did when I was younger for like 5 years, you'll get pretty big biceps. But I can't help but laugh because I give you compliments sometimes on like my size. You know, it's hard to say, like it's hard to tell sometimes when I'm on stream because of like my desk is really tall and I kind of have everything set up so that we have like the whole room. But he was like giving me compliments and I was like, oh, thank you, I appreciate it, you know, it's great. I said, but honestly, like you should see me at 10 o'clock at night after I've eaten tier 3 meals. Are you still shining? If you go back to the beginning of the VOD, you can see how much food there was. And I still have a solid amount.
Got this feeling of inner peace.
Although I will be fair, we've been reminiscing about RuneScape, so. But honestly, it's so much food that I like. It takes me almost an hour to eat it completely. I used to just like scarf my food down, but I read 4 or 5 years ago that like you really should like take your time and like eat it, and break it down. You get more nutritional value when you do that. I do pretty much the same meal every time. Pound of hamburger, and then I'll do like a cup of uncooked rice with 2 cups of water. Take the entirety of the rice after it's cooked, put it as a base. Sometimes I crisp it up and I like make it crunchy, but it takes so much more time for me to do that it's like, honestly, the only time I ever do it is like when I have company over. I'll do it for the sake of like the group. But when it's just for me, I'm like, no, I'm not that special. I gotta eat this meal 400 million times. I'm not gonna like take the, like, it would just be so much extra time over time. So much extra time over time. But I do the garlic, the onion, cayenne pepper for some spice, brown sugar for some sweet, black pepper, salt, and then I did like a black bean corn salsa. I mixed it in with the hamburger meat while it was still in the actual skillet, and then I poured over top of the rice with all the oils and all the extra, like the tallow that I used to cook with it, and kind of soaks into the rice, so it like seasons the rice, which is why I don't mind not seasoning the rice, because it ends up being seasoned. And then I don't do this all the time because it kind of adds more fat than I really should have. Not that I have an issue with that, but and I'll put like sour cream on top of it. Brother, it's so good. It's so good. I could honestly take this, take it one step further and do like, if I could get somebody local that could make me crunchy, like hard shell tacos, not like the store-bought ones that suck, or if I went down to like one of my local Mexican places and just like picked up hard shell tacos, I could take this and then put it in a hard shell taco and then add like some lettuce and tomato to it, and it would be so fucking fire. He said, my issue is I rush everything. ADHD mindset just goes and goes. I feel like my mind works my metabolism more than my body. Yeah, I mean, honestly, dude, like, to each their own. Everybody's got like a different route when it comes to that, but sometimes when I'm at the gym, like I had one dude, he was talking about, he's like, dude, it's like 6 o'clock. You're still fasted and you're doing a leg workout? He's like, I could never do that. And I looked at him and I was like, honestly, dude, I said, if more people had greater discipline with food or delaying eating food, like everything else when it comes to like your ability to withstand or to persevere when you don't want to, if you can do that with food, you can almost do it with anything else, because food is so rooted in our culture in a way that, like, I get it. It's the same thing with like sugar. Like, I absolutely love sugar, and it took me almost a year to, like, I used to consume cereal like religiously. Like, I'd have like 2 or 3 bowls of cereal after every single workout, and it worked. You put on a tremendous amount of weight when you do that, but I used to eat crazy amount of carbs and sugar, and it took me almost a year to basically wean myself off of it. And now I'm at a point where, like, I hardly even need any caffeine throughout the day, which isn't to say that I don't use caffeine, but like for the most part, I don't really need much of anything. I just hydrate and I eat good food, and then like it just kind of like takes care of itself. And I don't mind eating, you know, some junk food here and there, but dude, honestly, like, the biggest deterrence for me doing that is how I feel after I eat it. I get like sleepy and lethargic, and I'm just like, oh. Or I've had some like streams where I was just like literally fighting the whole time to like stay awake. It was because I ate like some trash ass meal before I came home for the sake of like being quick with it. So I mean, my guess is with you being skinny, because just so we're clear, I'm anywhere from 205 to 210 pounds. I have like an 8-pound swing from like the morning until the end of the night, where I'll be like 202 when I weigh myself, and then I'll be like 210 when I go to sleep. I'd like to be a little bit higher than that, but I just don't eat enough food. But putting things in perspective, I'm 6'2", and anywhere from 202 to 210. It used to be 238. Hated it. Felt like shit. But before I put on all my weight, because I also have a pretty high metabolism, I used to be 6. I grew later as I got older. Like, I guess I was a late bloomer, you'd say. At one point, I was like 152 pounds at like 6'1". So I was skinny, dude. I was a skinny dude. I don't know what your stats look like, height to weight ratio, but I definitely used to be really, really skinny. Like, for as filled out as my chest and my arms are, it's quite literally because I've just put in the work. Just put in the work. I've done tons of workouts where I just fucking did not want to go work out, but I use this one regularly with people to help motivate them. I have never done a workout that I didn't want to do. Like, it just, mindset was not there. I've never had a workout that I ended up doing anyways, that I got to the end of it. It's like, well, that was a mistake. Like, every single time I ever did that, I was like, oh, glad I did that. I feel much better. He said, yeah, fast food throws momentum off. Well, fast food's just not food. That's what it really is. On top of that, I hate to spoil it, it's not for everything, but there's a certain level of acceptable things that are in fast food, like, well, I don't know, human flesh and feces and all sorts of other stuff that, like, when you look at some of, like, the studies that come out, it's not good. I wouldn't say everything is like that, but, like, my buddy eats Burger King all the time, and I'm like, no, dude. You couldn't flame broil my way into a bag if you tried. I don't even want to know. I would say you are... It's so hard to tell. Because your camera angle's pretty tight. 5'10", $140? 5'10", $140? I got a good friend of mine that's I think he's like 5'10" and he's like 120 pounds. I have another buddy that's like 5'4" and like, I swear, like 98 pounds. Ew, gross. You say yum to Burger King? You're a sick man. I will say though, those like little Oreo pie things they have at Burger King, those are pretty tasty. I'll definitely fuck with one of those. $5.10, $1.30. Oh yeah. I'll make exception for Chick-fil-A. And it's for two reasons. I genuinely respect Chick-fil-A's business model. They own all the farmland, they own all the distribution. They took a much longer route to scale it so that they didn't lose control of that. Anytime I've ever gone to a location outside of where I live, be it a different state or several hours away, it's the exact same food. The staff is always really nice. Usually the owner of a Chick-fil-A has to be connected to a community for like 10 years or something like that. Like, there's stipulations to owning them. And that's just so that they're ran correctly. I do wish they sold something other than chicken. It's not to say you can't get a breakfast sandwich that's not chicken, but like, who are we kidding? The spicy chicken biscuits with honey on them are fire. Like, I'm still gonna eat chicken off the rip, but occasionally I just get through there and I'm like, man, I wish you guys had like a hamburger or something, or just literally anything other than chicken sometimes. But yeah, I definitely 100% still fuck with Chick-fil-A. BK, nah, I'm good. And no, I would not say yum to the Soylent Green. I get that for sure. It's so good though. Oh, it's fire. I just wish that I could get that throughout the day. Because those biscuits, man, they're very, very good. And the parfaits. Love those yogurt parfaits. And honestly, the brownies. Although if they could make the brownies like 15% larger for what they charge, I'd be pretty happy with that. Especially since they don't put frosting on their brownies. I don't know if you like frosting on brownies, but I like dry brownies. I don't need all that extra shit. You don't need to crumble cookie it to death and turn it into this like 100 grams of sugar fucking. You don't need it. You just need good chocolate and it to be cooked right, not dry. You ever had Firehouse Subs brownies? In that place, probably the best ones I can get. Other than that, dude, I don't really. Subway's dead to me. Chipotle's dead to me. Chipotle was on like life support for like the last year, and I've had like 4 times where I've gone in there after like a month or so of waiting, and like I go back in and it's just worse. It's just worse. Yeah, I get that for sure. It's so good though. I'm down with the dry brownies as long as it's not. Yeah, not as dry as. No. Moist brownie. Just I don't need frosting. Never heard of it. Oh, brother, they're pretty good. They might be. That might be. It's hard to say. Where I live, it's a pretty great test market for restaurants, and the reason why is if you can succeed here, you can succeed anywhere in the U.S. So we almost always are a test market for new businesses, and if they do well, then they can kind of export them anywhere else, and it's great. You haven't even tried Chipotle? Well, don't, because it's not what it was 10 years ago. It was really, really good 10 years ago. I go in, pay like $8 to $9 and get a tremendous amount of food, and everything was pretty high quality. But it went the route of Subway, where they sold their company, and then it just went downhill from there and became more and more about profits, which I'm all for. I'm all for a company making profits. Like Chick-fil-A, I hope they make as much money as they can, but like Chick-fil-A does things differently. You know what I mean? Like, and that's with them always being closed on Sunday. But when you own all the stuff that supplies your food chain, like, you can kind of do whatever you want. Oh. My pleasure. Oh man, they just got a bunch of good staff. I feel like they got a good culture there. Cause like, you can always tell. You can always tell when somebody. I don't get that feeling at all. You can always tell, like, when somebody has to do something that they're told to do, right? Like a certain way. But most of the people that I'm there, and like when I order my food, like genuinely seem joyful, or like are happy to be of service. Obviously, the my pleasure thing is definitely like a company orchestrated response. So I could kind of agree with you there that I kind of like organic situations, right? I don't like forced stuff. But I'll also say there's a whole level of like, how do I say this? Retardation in our vocabulary now. Slang. There's so many different ways that people can say stuff poorly that I actually don't mind. Dictated, like, you need to respond this way, and it's kind of on point with branding. Because sometimes, dude, I go through and like I get some food, and I'm just like, bro, like obviously that person hates their job. They're just kind of like shitty about it. It's like getting Taco Bell where I live, great.
fantastic location. I got Taco Bell when I was down in Florida one time, and I was like, I'm never doing that again. That was a mistake. They make them say that though. I do every time. But fam, I say thank you, my pleasure. What's the pleasure of you giving me my food? I know for a fact no one's pleasured giving me my chicken. I think you're twisting the words. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I don't even think I can compare it, because it's just not even the same thing. But I feel that. I feel. I know for a fact no one's pleasured giving me my chicken. I mean, you're telling me that you wouldn't prefer that type of interaction over some of the responses that you get at some other places? Even if it's not organic, even if it's forced? But I will also say where I live, it's just a little bit different, dude. Like, we have like a bunch of like 5'7" pick-me girls that, and I don't say that disparagingly. They're very sweet girls. I don't know. Where I live, it's just we do things a little differently. So our culture is definitely a little different. I will say though, when I was in Chicago and I got Chick-fil-A, it was completely different. It was completely different. But then again, Chicago's just like a parallel reality. Like it just, I don't know. I told my brother when he was looking at a bachelor trip from my younger brother's wedding, and he was at one moment considering Chicago, and I literally just like, hey, I don't want to be like the bearer of bad news or a party pooper, but like I'm not really interested in going back to Chicago for the third time, because the 2 times that I went, I had a good time. The one time I went with like my dad, and we did like a whole thing, but like I don't know, man. Very dirty and just like, I don't know, not for me. Not for me. I don't know, man. I'd rather people be organic and just say you're welcome or no problem. Yeah, I would agree. I think it's just though that like people struggle now to find good employees, and anytime I ever find somebody that is a good employee, I always kind of reassert that they should be getting paid what they're worth, right? Because there's just so many bad employees versus the good ones. And I don't know, man. Some people just like, they don't have like social etiquette anymore. So like, I have to hold, as much as I like organic responses and people to be real as fuck, because like I am the realest motherfucker you'll ever meet. So I feel you on that. But like, there's just so much room for people to screw it up now, because they're just kind of like socially retarded. They don't have any social etiquette. Like, hard work is just like one of those things. It's like a dime a dozen. Like, if you find somebody that will and can work well, like 100% do everything to keep them. But then there's just so many companies now, like they're just so not loyal. And even if you are a good employee, like they don't give a shit. Like, it's crazy to me. I'd rather people be organic. Family's important. If only the world worked like that, I'd be rich. Yeah, it doesn't, unfortunately. Best I can figure is you get a couple legends that are based in respect, and you just go build it yourself. I think working for a lot of other people at this time, this age, was kind of a scam. There's just not enough companies that, at least big companies, that understand the value of like good employees and loyalty and like rewarding and reciprocity. Like, they're just fucking clueless. And maybe it's because they can get away with it, I suppose, right? But like, for me, I'd rather take less money and go work for somebody at a smaller level with the opportunity of building it with a financial gain if it is built, right? So like profit sharing or like a percentage of those profits based off of the growth. I'd much rather go do that than go work for some asshole who's already established everything. They don't care. My previous employer that I used to do business with, like, I ran into something similar where I was just like, I'm an unbelievably loyal guy. And, like, they just never followed through on any of the things they ever said that they were going to do. So it was just kind of, like, disappointing. I got no time giving people my time and money and energy for them to not reciprocate. My last job, I had a profit sharing, had to take it out due to my injury though. That sucks. What'd you hurt? If you don't mind me asking. You have like a back injury or something? Oh! Oh my god! Oh. Holy shit! Crushed your foot between two power bags 3 years ago? Were they able to like reconstruct it? Or is this like a permanent thing? I mean, things never quite heal the same, for sure, but like, damn. Well, if I can be of service and help you with that, I'd be more than happy to. For a larger individual, I have an unbelievable skill level when it comes to balance and momentum control. It's very bewildering to people when they see it. That's why we can get the party started here. Get things to a point that I'd be in a position to actually use those skill sets. I really would like to use stuff like that for charity. Start the mill of churning financial growth. It's pretty solid now. Still going through therapy a little. I used to skateboard and snowboard and shit. Yeah, I still snowboard, and I wish I had the opportunity to do it more often. I got one of my boards. This isn't really my main board anymore. But it's got like a katana on it. Pretty much just like a decoration. I was gonna mount my other board up here on the wall and then use it for like some pictures and some memorabilia and stuff, and then I like thought about it and I was like, I don't really want to take all of like the bindings and stuff off of it, and like basically like I'd have to like balance it all again and then like do it. Yeah, Burton's are nice. The bad blonde on it. I just wish I had the opportunity to snowboard more often, man. I had the privilege of going to Aspen and Snowmass back like basically right before COVID happened. And funny enough, I actually got COVID when I was flying back. I ended up and took a spill. My helmet wasn't secured the way that it should have been. And ended up getting a massage in the Chicago O'Hara airport. And I was in such a bad spot that I wasn't going to refuse. But the guy that definitely gave me like a neck massage was 100% sick. And so I ended up like basically dying in my room for like a week. But man, when I was in Aspen and I was on Snowmass, it was a privilege, truly, to have gone there with the group that I went with, and my brother and his wife, and we ended up going like during the X Games weekend. And that was super cool. And then I saw Millennium at the top of the mountain, like on like Saturday or whatever it was. Super cool. The acoustics of that whole thing was trash. Like trash. But it had a mountain backdrop to the whole stage that was something I've never seen compared to all the other venues and festivals and stuff that I've gone to. So it's still pretty cool. And I remember I was in like cowboy boots and like jeans, and I had like a X Games like real warm flannel that I bought when I was there. And it was with my buddy Adam. He's got a party bus company out in California, and he was like, holy shit, dude. He's like, you get after it, don't you? And I was like, fuck yes, I do. When it comes to music and shit like this, like, I'm not gonna fuck around. And so I was like dancing around in like cowboy boots and stuff, and like snow and like on a hill and shit. I didn't even care. We had a good time. X Games was definitely cooler than the Millennium concert, though. Especially when they were doing like the snowmobile like backflips and shit. It was pretty cool. Or they did like the half pipe competitions, and you're like standing there, and you basically get like 4 seconds where you have like a good angle, and they do like a spin whatever in front of you, and then like your perspective's kind of shit from after that. But if you live around there, you might have heard it. I just found this out like a week ago. It was 10 years ago. What? If I live around where? I'm confused. "10 years ago." Mm-hmm. This is, oh man, that's awful. If you live around there, you might have heard of it. You have to repeat it.
You don't know what you're up against, boy. I know
I don't think there is one.
Let me tell you.
I don't know. It might just be Streamlabs didn't pick it up. I'll check the browser. Hang on.
キーファグリーンナンバーワンロッキンローラーマザーファッカー
Yo, top of the AM, I'm cooking the batch. You can rap and think about trafficking. There's blood on the money, we savage.
Oh, I have a worker that works with me that was in a trial in Aspen for killing this Nancy lady that used to run the X Games or whatever. What? What? I guess because you were talking about killing? YouTube censored it? That's crazy. YouTube! This is a freedom of speech channel, okay? Don't you do that. If he's a danger or something like that, I'll self-report, but we're fine. Bro. I will say, and I've mentioned this to a couple friends that have never been there, the people watching, people spectating, like being an outsider, viewing some of the people that live in Aspen, wild. It is absolutely insane what those people are all about. I've never seen more disgruntled, perturbed individuals for the sole reason of you're a snowboarder. I got a fucking kick out of it the whole time I was there. I also got body shamed because I asked for an XL shirt. Which I don't even feel like an XL is like very big at all. Nancy Feaster. Bro. Alright. Got like a fly lurking around my food. Body shame. Yeah, dude. He gave me a bunch of attitude about how the people in Aspen are. I forget what the verbatim phrasing was, but like how the people in Aspen are in relatively good shape, and so they don't cater to those sizes or types of people. And just so you know, I've been like 8% body fat, 8 to 10% body fat for like a decade. So at no point have I ever really been like overweight, right? Even when I was 238 pounds, I was still cut up. But yeah, he like gave me a bunch of shit, and I was like, "Are you a fucking real person right now? Like, it's an XL, my dude." Like, and honestly, it's just for my shoulders. Like, my waist is a fucking medium. It's just my shoulders that I have to fit, or my lats in the back. Like, this dude gave me shit, and I was like, "You're not a real person." So I had to go to a different store and go try to find a different shirt, which I ended up and found a shirt that I really, really like. But I just laughed at the guy and called him a fucking nerd and just left. I was like, "You're not a real person." Like, get out of here, dude. What is this? Now, if I'd have asked for like a double XL or a triple XL or like a double XL tall or some shit, like, okay, I get it, right? Like, which your boys fit over here. We do some stuff. We're pretty good at some stuff. Fucking crazy. My bite was all rice. I've got Arena booted up and like, I don't know. Bav is doing this, what do you call it? What is it called? It's like a content creation masterclass or something. I genuinely hope that like whatever he's doing, he gets some really good information, right? Because him and I are trying to like, I don't know, what's the statement? Iron sharpens iron, right? Like that's my intention with you as well, is like, you help me, I help you, like we kind of help build each other. If we get like privy to some cool Tarkov settings or some streaming settings, or like, for example, I think last night I was thinking, and I'm not in a position where I really know it that well because I quite literally used it for the first time yesterday, but I'd like to send you this like AI site that can do like thumbnails for you, which I don't think matter for Twitch. So if you ever do something on YouTube or you do live stream on YouTube, then it would be relevant, or if you did like a video, right? But like thumbnails are super important when it comes to like visibility and then reach when it comes to like your metrics. But I was gonna send it over to you so that you could like create thumbnails for if and when you need them. But I probably give that a week or so, because I made him the other day and Matt was like, you look kind of weird, and I was like, bro, I made like 6 of them real quick, and then I hit like a user limit, so I haven't really revisited it. So I'm gonna mess with that later tonight. It definitely tries to get you to pay for it, but you don't have to. It does look like, though, it might be worth it, because it's got a whole bunch of other features that can help you with content creation. And it's got a bunch of analytics information, too. There they are. Have you really, like, I think you've been streaming longer than me. But it's just been Twitch, right? Like, have you have a YouTube? Well, I would encourage you to do it and use it. That's fair. I mean, pretty much, dude, like, I think that's the best reach is YouTube. Because of YouTube Shorts. 8 months or so, because I got banned for watching Cops. What? Cops is great. What do you mean? I'm guessing something happened on Cops that was TOS. It would probably tell you now. They got a pretty good system for YouTube now. If you've got copyright or you've got some sort of music or something that kind of violates it, it'll auto trim out that segment and you can replace it with another song, or you can just delete the actual music part. Pretty nice. The only thing I wish that they had, that they currently don't, is on Twitch. When you take a clip, you can capture like the camera part and put it at the very top, and then you can capture like the game footage as a separate window and put it below, so you get like the camera and the game footage. And that's why if you look at where is it? I guess I had that turned off. I did have that turned off. Damn. That's why I have like my GZ Snowman there in the middle, so that whenever I capture something, you can see my title on there. I don't have mine separated. I do have mine separated at Windows. So like my chat audio is different, and like my game sound, my mic sound, and then my browser has like I have it like speakers that are like their own source. So each one of those is different once it actually gets in there, but I don't have them like separated inside of Streamlabs. It's black bean corn salsa is giving me hiccups. I've been eating for an hour and a half, bro. That's my issue. I eat like a bird. You got some good intake Okay, but here's the best part. Love those carbs, baby. But I ate it all. So that was like, I'd say like 400 grams of carbs, and 88 grams of protein, because I ate the whole pound of hamburger meat. And I basically just eat like 2 meals like that. And that's enough to sustain me. If I was trying to gain weight, like significant amount of weight, I'd have to eat basically another one of those, and I just can't do it, dude. Can't eat. I don't think we're supposed to be eating 3 meals a day anyways. I honestly think that 2 meals a day is a little bit of a stretch, but for the amount of like exercise that I have in a week, like I absolutely have to eat at least 200 grams of protein. And then I can pretty much just eat like whatever amount of carbs I want. I might be a little fluffier the next day if there's like an excess, but not really, dude. I honestly look fuller. It's like almost like I ate the amount of carbs I'm supposed to eat. There's other stuff that you can do for like metabolism. But don't you smoke though? I would assume that you could smoke and that would give you like the munchies. Because I know a lot of people that would be on like appetite suppression or have a suppressed appetite would smoke usually, and that's what would help them curb that. That's why like terminal cancer patients, like I was such a big advocate way back in the day about like medical marijuana, because like there was so many like positives, and not just because of the downside of like pharmaceuticals and like kind of how much of a detriment a lot of those are. It's like yeah we'll take the pain away, but also it's gonna like just absolutely destroy everything else. Or you can, you know, smoke some medical marijuana and you'll be good. Hey, low key, that's medication ever since I've been on these meds. Yeah, dude. It's not a good arrangement. And I will also say, like, I don't really look like it, but there was a time back in the day where I had to sort some stuff out in my life that was really, truly detrimental. So I've been there. And it's a grind, dude. It took years. It took years for me to, like, basically manage it and get it reduced, and then get to a point where, like, you get, like, your independence back and you can really start to, like, move and do things without it. But I also didn't have a crushed foot, so there's a certain level of like pain tolerance that I can't really compare to, right? I will say though, my father has been in pain most of his life, and my mom has fibromyalgia, and neither one of them takes anything for it, and they just like, I don't know, will themselves through it. Like they don't really complain about it. Like I don't know. My mom didn't say anything until like probably like 5 or 6 years ago, and then when she told me, I was like, really? She was like, yeah. She's like, I don't know. I just didn't want to be a burden to you guys and like make you worry about me. And I was like, I appreciate that, but like also like you're probably doing more than you really needed to.
I'm afraid we're doomed. You said
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would rather just suffer personally than to take those two. I think they exacerbate the whole issue to begin with. Like, I don't even take fucking ibuprofen, dude. Like, I literally like refuse. And if I'm in like a medical situation, like I'm gonna have to notify that like they can't give me certain things, because I feel you on that, dude. I'm right there with you. I'll take an ibuprofen if it's like a severe situation, but like I don't know. I just prefer to do natural or homeopathic ways of like creating a remedy, or you know. I will say though, I'm a big advocate for like lymphatic massages at least once or twice a year. I think a lot of people would feel a lot better if they got everything kind of like flushed down and flushed out.
You know my MO, extra out ammo. My fingers ticklish like
I swear I muted it. I'm so sorry.
Camo, you little niggas nano. The first move is just that you can't know. Quesadilla with the carne inside.
Yeah, I feel you on that, dude. I've lost a couple buddies that dealt with that exact issue. I had one buddy that left a child behind, and I don't know, man. You know, you love for a success story, but honestly, if you're able to, okay. Yeah, but I'm big on that, man. It's like when people like crash out and they do like super erratic or like loud noises, like it's jarring. So I try to make sure that I have good mic control. Yep. It's an absolute shame. Yeah, it's an absolute shame to have to deal with those type of situations, whether it be personal or just by like a friend of a friend or a close brother or something like that, or you got to go to like a wake on behalf of them because they're no longer there. And it's just like, the only thing I would say with those types of situations is like, best thing you can do, just like a parent or grandparent or somebody you know that you love that passes the same thing, like you carry on the essence of who they are with you, right? But in a case of like addiction or stuff like that, like you have to take that loss and channel it into fuel for the fire, for not only for you to do things differently, but for you to help other people do things differently. Because if you don't, man, like it just becomes like this never-ending list of lost souls that you're like, yeah, they were a fucking great individual and an absolute brother to me, and like they were always loyal, and I had so many good memories with them, and like they didn't make it past 25, and like it's just a fucking shame. It's a fucking shame. That's the parts of life that you got to get through to make yourself stronger, I guess. Only way it's 100%. You literally have to take that and transmute it into something else, for your sake, for your family's sake, for the people that love you's sake, for your friend, whatever it is that personally defines the value in your life. Like, you have to transmute it into something worthwhile, because if you don't, it just eats at you. Like, when I was talking to my buddy at the gym and he was telling me about like his dad, I was trying my very best to try to help him transmute that into a better source of energy, because grief has its place, right? But just like when you go to a funeral, like I'm going to on Friday for my aunt that passed, she was a wonderful woman. She was always very joyful, and she's always was just so pleasant and just very hospitable, right? And not just me, right? Like anyone that was around her. But like, grief has a place, but you also should be like celebrating their life. You know what I mean? Like, you should highlight the parts of them that brought you joy, or like I said, like with like my grandma, like her favorite thing to do anytime anyone was in her house was to make them food. And it wasn't because like she felt that was like her role or her strength. It was because it was her love language. I know a lot of women in my life, that's their love language, is they love to make food for people. So I'm always willing, even if I'm not necessarily that hungry, to partake in their food, because I just know that it's like a way for them to show gratitude. I appreciate that. She was like, I think she was like 88, 87. I mean, she was definitely on the older side. That's not the craziest old age, but like, she had a very good life. You know what I mean? I do hold a little bit of remorse because I had planned on going to see her, and then I got busy, and then one of my siblings had said they went and saw her and that they had like a really good time visiting her, and she perked up and like and she just was like really happy, and I don't know. I think my brain just registered as like that was enough, and then I forgot to do it myself, and so I felt a little guilty that I didn't get to go see her, and then so when I got the news that she had passed, I was like, that fucking sucks. And it's weird. Grief hits me differently. Like, it never is like right in the moment that I get the information. It always like, it's almost like a day and a half later. Then I'll mourn them. So, and I'll have my time where I'm there, and you know, I'll probably shed a tear, and you know, try to speak on some things, impression that she made in my life, and then hopefully I can bring a little bit of joy to the grieving room when I'm there, and then. But I also like am big on the fact that I know it to be true. Energy is not lost, it's transferred. So just because she's physically not here doesn't mean that she's gone completely. And you may not prescribe or subscribe to that mentality, but that's my personal perception of what I believe, and my understanding of like actual science of when it comes to energy. I also apply that when it comes to like people around me. That's why I'm so willing to help you or whoever else that reciprocates, because that energy's never lost. It's only transferred, like ripples in a lake. I used that one the other day. So you said, I do understand the highlight their best moment parts, but it's so hard when you just were with them a month or two ago every day, and they're no longer there, even with a dog or a cat. For sure, dude. I grieve my animals. They're like children to me, fur babies. I grieve them pretty much the same way. I still grieve my one dog that I had. His name was Bane. He had like a coloring on his face that reminded me of Bane from The Dark Knight, and he was, dude, I would say he was like a white dwarf. He burned so bright that he just didn't get the longevity that most stars get. He burned out within like 7 years. He ended up getting cancer and died. But he was a fantastic dog. He was such a good boy. Such a good boy. He said my grandmother was around that as well. Sadly, that happens. I think about this every day. It's tough now that I think of my grandmother more now that she's gone than when she was here. Fucking fly is gonna absolutely die when I pull my attention to it. So sorry if that clap was loud. She's gone then when she was here, but I think that's just part of the loss situation. Well, and some of that might also be, like I said, regret that you didn't spend the time that you had when you had it. And that can be a negative, but it can also be an opportunity for reformation, where you can decide that, you know what, whether it's my siblings or my parents or my girlfriend or my best friend, I'm going to make an effort to not just be of value, but to be involved in those people's lives, right? Like checking in on your brothers, or just checking in on the people that you care about, and making sure like everything's okay. And to me, like that is the whole point when you have a situation of when you're mourning somebody, or you have that retrospect of like, oh fuck, I should have done this differently. Like turn that into something different and say, okay, well then from here on, I'm going to make sure I'm more involved. The best way that I correlate that is my father. I read that on average, you see your parents as you get older like 2 or 3 times a year, sometimes more than that if they're close, but generally I would say if you see them 2 or 3 times a year, if they live another 30 years, it's only 90 more times that you're going to see them, right? And when you put it like that, as opposed to I've got 30 years, it creates more of a significance on the importance of making use of the time. So I make sure anytime I'm with my parents or people I love, like I'm 100% there. 100% there. I'm not dicking around on my phone. I don't give a shit about this thing. I'd throw it across the floor. I wouldn't care. And I make a point of making that display very known. He said, oh no, I do 100%. I pray, fam. Oh, for sure you should. You're missing out if you don't. There's a whole part of the world that you can't see that you can get when you pray. There's a part in our hearts that still have them there, and there's more of our lives that I'm going to read that again. There's a part in our hearts that still have them there. Yes. So who you are and who they were, you can choose to embody them and carry them with you, right? Again, never lost, only transferred. So like I have a lot of things with my grandfather that I emulate very much so, because him and I are actually, as I get older, the more and more similar. He just, I don't know, man. You like what you like, and those things just stick out. So now if I get my grandmother's beef stroganoff made for me one more time, that would be my desert island food, truth be told. She loved to make that shit for me. There's a part of our hearts that still have them there, and there is more of our lives, and they are a part of us spiritually and still have influences in our lives. Yes. Somebody said that sometimes when people you love pass over, it's so that they can help you from the other side. I'm not sure what to make of that, but I do think that you're called back whenever you meet that point, especially if you like pass in your sleep or something like that. And that's something I'm grateful with my grandfather is like, dude, he literally like he passed in his sleep with a smile on his face. He said, no, you're good. Yeah, definitely. I check in on my mom's more than ever now, and you should, dude. You should, even if you don't have the greatest dynamic with your parents, like you 100% should like make it known that you care about them and you love them, even when you're pissed or even when they do stuff that's they shouldn't, right? Like my youngest niece, we were at my Father's Day get together, and she's just kind of precarious sometimes. She didn't want to give him a hug, and I didn't say it, but in my brain I was like, Rosie, this is the man that gave birth to everyone in this, or I don't know how, didn't give birth, but you know, it takes two to tango. But this is the man that produced this lineage of people that are in this room. You absolutely have to give him a hug every time you see him. There's also a lot of power in hugs too. Not just because of how they make us feel, but just they regulate your central nervous system too. That's why, like, anytime I give somebody a hug, like, I always let them pull away first, because sometimes you need a little bit longer of a hug, man, and like, you don't know when your next one's gonna get, and I'm happy to help people. Let's see. Checking in on your mom. If I don't see my mom once a week, I'll lose it. No, for sure. Yeah, for sure. That grandma food, dude. The food in general that's made for you with love in it, oh my god. It's quite literally like an ingredient you can't get from anywhere else. And like, she didn't make this like crazy extravagant beef stroganoff, but I kid you not, I have never had a stroganoff that's been better than the one that she made me when I was younger. She also used to make it for me every time it was my birthday. I've died once, fully, called my family to come say goodbye. There's something else there, man. It's unexplainable, but it's welcoming in a way that I don't know how to explain. Hugs do something for sure, mentally and, yes, chemically and mentally, for sure. It's the same thing, like, I would say, like, the best way that you can bridge the gap with somebody that you have a difference of opinion with is by not reacting, even when you're justified, the way that they think, right? Like, if somebody's extremely rude or pissed off, more times than not, they're not even actually mad at you, they're mad about something else, right? And you're just the person that happens to be in the way or just in their line of sight. And if you react the way that they expect you to, then it just devolves into something worse. But if you choose to respond with like kindness or with love, and just base it off of like, who hurt you, dude? Like, what happened, man? Like, I say something mean, you're like, what happened, dude? You can tell me, like, and don't even take it like it's at you, because it's really not. Some of the people that I have the greatest relationships started out like that. Or they thought of me a certain way because of the way I look or the way that I carry myself, and I'm like, dude, no, like, it has nothing to do with that. It has everything to do with this, this, and this. And I'd love for the opportunity to give you this wisdom because I had a bunch of people before me that gave it to me, and I feel guilty not passing it along to the next guy, right? And honestly, like, all the issues and the problems that we have, like, that's how we get out of it, is by passing those things along, or taking what our grandparents or the people that we love, taking what was great about them and incorporating it into who we are. And hopefully carrying it on to like the next, right? Or in the reverse, when somebody has a detrimental habit or something about them that really just causes strife and chaos, choosing to break that chaos and strife and choosing to be different is often what makes the difference between somebody who is a piece of shit and somebody who's a stellar individual. And that's why, like, when I talk about like having to deal with like addiction or dealing with other things, like, I've been there, dude. I can relate to so many people in so many ways, and I might look a certain way, but like, I can personally attest to you that I've almost died 3 times. I should have been dead at least one of those 3 times, and was very close to death 2 of the other times. And it just leaves an impression on you, man, that you're like, I don't know, like, I really would prefer you to not have to learn this lesson, and I really would like you to kind of take this information for what it is and understand that it's from a really good place. And my younger brother, fortunately, has done exactly that, where he's had a lot of lessons that he hasn't had to learn the hard way like I have, or like other people I know have, or have permanently learned a lesson, right, where they can't even like come back from it because they're gone. And he's just like take that information and ran with it, and I thank him on it all the time, where I'm like, Jeff, like, you don't understand how much further ahead you are mentally than somebody who's 10 years older than you, because you have just absolutely taken these ideas, adopted them, and incorporated them, and then you've got what I like to call is like a tool belt, where you're able to just handle yourself differently, right? And then it's like you've taken a lesson, and you've been able to like make use of it. He said, yeah, hugs do, yes, same. Sometimes some people need to debate with others to get past some ego ways to become welcoming friends, or sometimes you're just very similar to each other, right? Like, sometimes you're actually like very similar in a lot of ways, and so you naturally just kind of like butt heads a little bit. But when you come into an accordance, or you come into an agreement with somebody, usually based off of respect, mutual respect, or say it's based around like personal growth, like, hey, you know, I used to always get on people and they'd be like, yeah, so and so, I hate them, you know, they did this and they just, you know, were whatever. And I'm like, do they know that they did that? Did you communicate that to them? And they're like, no, they should have just known. I'm like, that's not how people work. That's not how people work. Very rarely are people actually conscious or aware enough to actually be mindful or be considerate. And if they have the good training, yes. Like, I have a bunch of older siblings and younger siblings, so I'm well versed in like having to deal with people, which is why my job with sales and stuff like that is the way that it is, because I have a lot of experience before I ever actually did it. He said, yeah, it's almost a lesson I wish everyone could learn some of these lessons, just not so deep in a way where it kills them and ruins their life. Yeah. Unfortunately, and I speak out of my own experience, I've had a lot of people that tried to give me certain advice, and I just had to learn it the hard way. Just being hard-headed and just deciding that, well, I'm going to do it, or I can do it, or you know what I mean? It's like some of the decisions you make in a vehicle sometimes, where you are very reckless and very much could have died. And I've had a couple of those where I'm like, how the fuck did I get home? I've had a couple where they didn't go well. And so it's like, I don't take those risks anymore, because I'm like, I was lucky to have gotten through them and gotten out of it, or gotten past it, and it not been some irreparable situation that I couldn't come back from. But I've got buddies that, you know, it's like a line of just mistakes where like they just never reformed, and they never made a different decision, and they just kept doing what they were doing until it inevitably bit them in the ass and took their life. It's a fucking shame. So I kind of incorporate that into what I can. Because, dude, it does sound like you got a good mentality when it comes to how you should handle yourself, which I think is why I fuck with you, because from the moment that Johnny kind of made that connection for us, I just very, very quickly was like, he's got a good demeanor. And then when I played Tarkov with you, I really knew, because Tarkov is like, it just brings out the worst in some people, right? Because it's very stressful at times. I've not had an issue with you, not a single time. So you seem like you got a good head on your shoulders for sure. He said, yeah, I had a Jeep that I took a turn too fast in and went on 2 wheels and somehow didn't flip it. Oh, yikes. I love Jeeps, but man, the Jeep that I rode in was loud as fuck. Yeah. I've had a couple car accidents. You know what the funny thing is too is, yeah, Tarkov can bring out the beast in people. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. They will self-describe it as demon time, and I'm like, ooh, I don't know if I would use those words when describing myself, but yeah, I played with some people, and I'm like, yeah, we ran some raids. Probably not gonna ever play with that person again because we just didn't click. Mab is another one of those people where like him and I, it's just like we like picked up like we'd always been friends. You know what I mean? But we still had to have like a couple conversations here and there and just kind of come to a communication agreement where we were like, hey, just so you know, just so there isn't any mutual mystification here, like we're in collaboration, not competition. Like anytime you do well, I'm going to be rooting for you, not against you. And if you see more growth than I do, like I'm never going to look at it as a detriment to me or be jealous in any way. I'm literally going to be on the sidelines clapping my fucking ass off going, that's my fucking boy. That's my fucking boy. That's how I feel like with you. It's how I feel with all of my boys. Like anybody that I would consider in that brotherhood or that camaraderie or that fellowship, or that's why, like I told Johnny, I was like, that's why I fuck with you, because you're respectful, you've got good manners, like you have a mentality that I like. So, and he honestly, like when I played Rivals with him, dude, like he's solid backup. And he'd always give me information. And he's just, you know what I mean? Like, it's just that just difference. Versus, like, somebody where, like, something doesn't go right and they immediately start casting blame on everybody. And for me, like, that doesn't work because, like, even if it's not my fault, I try to practice, like, extreme ownership of situations where even if it's not directly my fault, I will absolutely try my best to see what it is that I did in that situation, how I handled myself, and sometimes I do it really well. Other times I'm like, you could have picked your words a little differently, or you know, maybe you've been a little more thoughtful the way you responded instead of being so reactionary, right? But that's because back in the day I had more than enough times where I would let my ego get involved, or I would let, you know, somebody lay down the gauntlet of whatever bullshit, and I just took the bait. And then you get on the other end of it and you're like, fuck, dude. And we've had our conversations, but it's, dude, I know. I love Johnny too, man. He's good people. He's good people. Not me. Yeah, not me on a video game. That's all part of good friends, yeah. And I love Ninja. We have had our conversations as well. It's all love. Yeah, and everybody, like I would say, like, if you have a moment or I have a moment where it's not my best moment, just understand that, like, I will always give somebody grace to pull it back, to apologize, give them some space, right? Like, I'm not going to be like, oh, he made one mistake, that guy's fucking dead to me. I'm not that person at all. I love redemption. I love people to redeem themselves. But I also firmly understand that no matter how I hold myself, or the values and the principles that I hold you accountable for your own actions, right? Like, just like with addiction or anything else, like, you have to have somebody that's willing to go through that process and be accountable for themselves. If you just absolutely think that condemning behavior and judging people and that's going to bring them back into the fold or bring them back into correct alignment, that's not going to work. That's not how people are. Typically, when you tell people not to do things, they just grab it harder and they hold it tighter, and they don't want to give it up because you've tried to take it from them. Whereas if you convince them of a different way, or you show them another door of opportunity, or you poke, like I would say politically, I don't get into politics that often because I just don't think it's very fruitful. I just don't think it helps people. I think it just causes more division in a lot of cases. But if I do, I generally just, when I find areas that don't line up or aren't consistent in logic or are based off of logical fallacies, I just ask questions. I ask questions to spark some sort of internal consideration, because if they don't come to the conclusion that they might be incorrect, they never will. And some people will hold that for the rest of their lives. But I've won a lot of hearts and minds simply by just being who I think I should be and allowing them to kind of like work it out. That's why, like, sometimes when people are grieving or they're mad, the best thing you can do is literally just be an ear for them to talk to. You don't have to fucking yell at them or scream at. You just literally have to be there and just be like that guy that no one else would be. He said, should never be a grudge holder. Yeah, what you do to others, you do to yourself. And like, grudges are a great example of that. Like, I forgive people not because of them, but for myself, so that I can be done with that situation. We can address it, be done with it, and I can move forward. If you hold grudges, any progress or growth is stagnated from that point, and you're not going to get past that because you're still holding on to a grudge. And often it's for the most petty things possible, right? Like, we're not even like for example, to get too crazy with it, but like, we get into certain like disgusting crimes. Those types of grudges make more sense because there's a level of justice that needs to be adhered to. But when it comes to like personal differences, absolutely not. We can have a conversation. I'm big on, if I've made a mistake, I will always apologize and make sure that, like, hey, yeah, I probably shouldn't use my words that way. I know to use my words a little bit differently. But I also expect that from people. And if people aren't willing to do that, then generally, after a certain period of time, then it usually would just kind of die off because they aren't interested in growth or progression. So, but everybody's gonna make mistakes unless they steal, cheat, or do something to your family. I would agree. I don't have an issue with people stealing like food because they're desperate. I'm not big on stealing things from people in general. I just don't think that's the way, man. But I'm also the type of person, like, I don't want handouts from anybody. I want to just do it myself. I know when to lean on people that have better advice or wisdom than I, but like, for the most part, I don't really want handouts. And yeah, we protect our family and our brothers over everything, right? He said, wife tells me that all the time when I tell her to slow down on smoking cigs. Politics are bogus, to be honest. I talk about things that I watch and see, but I don't ever bring up what side that I care about because I mostly don't watch or learn things to understand sides. I just really want to understand some of the content and what the struggles of life that some of these other countries go through. Yeah, it gives you perspective. Also, birds of a feather flock together, so generally they're on the same side, even if it says they're the other side. It's all the same fucking bird. It's all bullshit, dude. It's just to literally cause division, cause fear, put people in a reactionary state, and then put one team on blue and one team on red and make them butt heads. The British Crown did it forever in Africa, and it was fantastic against all the tribes there because most of those tribes never came together and got to the conclusion that they were being controlled by an outside force that literally didn't have enough people to actually control them, but because they split them up and divided them, they were able to control what they were doing just by that aspect. I want to understand some of the content. Yeah, I'm in the same way. If I'm wrong in a situation, I will admit it. Well, it's big of you too. It's also the power move too. When you're ever in like a bickering situation or you get into some sort of like squabble with people and they decide that they're gonna, like, I don't know, get into it with you, like, personal apology for your own areas that you actually are at fault for is the power move. 100%. And it also, like, it's the right step forward for reformation. And then ultimately, I would say that's what people are looking for, is to reform from that situation so that it doesn't happen again. And I've had people, like I said, over the years where they hated my guts, usually for the wrong reason, almost never justified the way that they thought it was. And then we ended up like having conversations years later, and they were like, yeah, I'm sorry, dude. Like I was fucking wrong. Or like, yeah, that girl, like, she was an absolute sleuth, and you were just trying to like give me the information I needed so I didn't get my fucking heart broken. I was like, yeah, but unfortunately with situations like that, often you have to just figure it out for yourself. Because whoever jumps in front of the bus for you usually is the one that takes the hit, and then it's like they still got to go through the whole fucking thing anyways. I had that with a couple buddies of mine where I was like, bro, that's not the one. That's not the one. That's not the one. But yeah, generally when I talk about heavier subjects, or I talk about things that might be politics based, it's usually for the sake of trying to understand where they're coming from, and usually to garner or gain perspective of their life. And that's partly why I have some of the wisdom that I do, is because I'm really good at listening to people. I actually listen to people and the words that they choose and how they describe things, even the way that they pause on certain things. I've had more, I'd say I've had more than 10 times, 20 times where people have told me, complete strangers told me their life story. And I've been privy to some information, sometimes legal, sometimes illegal. And I don't use it in any malicious way. It literally just gives me perspective, which is why it's very rare that you will ever find me complaining about anything. And it's not because I have some great, fantastic life. I live pretty modestly and pretty humbly. But it's because I don't need a lot of those. I just don't need a lot of those things. And I've met many other people who have had far less, far worse situations, who have been the most gracious, hospitable people I've ever met. Would give you the shirt off their back. Because it was just who they were. And it was so endearing to be around people like that. That again, that's why I think that like you and I get along real well for that reason. Because that's the kind of vibe that I got. My buddy Marcus, Mav, is very much like that. Johnny is another one that the mutual that we know that's I felt that was the case. I do disagree with him on some areas, but it's not based on any malicious. It's just I have a difference of opinion and he has a difference of opinion. And other than like that, like it's pretty much irrelevant. It's only for the sake of this conversation I even bring it up. But like he's a cool dude. And like I told him, I was like, dude, at the end of the day, like I'm a respect-based individual. If you are respect-based and you reciprocate mutual respect, we get along so fucking well. And if you meet me out in real life, or you see some of the stuff that I'm doing when it's my free time, or you meet me in the gym and you see just like my sheer focus or how I am willing to help or talk to other people, like my actions line up with my words. And so it's I'm able to garner a decent amount of respect with people because I'm rooted in the right things. And I have to pay homage to the information of where it comes. That's why I'm so big on personal prayer in the morning and personal prayer at night, because when you come into an alignment like that and you have that personal relationship and you center your mind on the right things, it generally steers a lot of the bullshit out of your path, and you just, it just doesn't even register, dude. It's like some people when they're in traffic, every tiny little thing that ever goes a little slightly the wrong way, it triggers them and they get pissed and they flip out. Whereas like me, I rarely ever describe any sort of traffic situation as like anything other than, oh yeah, I like flew through traffic and got right here. Like it just doesn't register to me because it's just not important. And I also don't have control over that, right? Like there's 10 people in front of me, there's not really that much I can do. Or if I go to the gym at 4:30 on a Thursday, am I really gonna be mad about traffic? It's 4:30 on a Thursday. Like it's rush hour. What, like, right? Again, more reasons why I could never live in New York or Chicago or some of these places, because the traffic is fucking horrendous. Rush hour is every hour of the day. He said, oh, trust me, we both have disagreements as well, but it's all love. At the end of the day, it's all love, dude. It always is. It always is. And when people understand that that's what you are and what you're actually about, and your actions line up with that too, people fuck with you because of that. Yeah. It's like, dude, really? So then some people get like hyper fixated on certain problems and they make it like this horrendous thing, and I'm like, brother, you need to go spend some time with somebody that has less. Or like I've used this one before. I'm like, oh, your living situation isn't very ideal. Well, go buy a bunch of like boxes, because this is a good way to change your perception. Go buy a bunch of cardboard boxes and fill up half of your living area with those cardboard boxes and leave them that way for 30 days. And after 30 days, take all of them back out. I guarantee you your house will feel huge after that point. Because the perception is you've dealt with much less, so then when you have it all back, you're like, holy shit, dude. So much room for activities. This is fantastic. He said, I gotta check my insurance, hoping nothing's expiring because I don't want to clean my stash till tomorrow morning. You just reminded me to go buy another RPG. Although we didn't die yesterday, so I don't really have any insurance returns other than like that armor plate that I frauded and like the helmet that I changed out. I think that those were the only two things that I had that came back to me. I would like to get you some ref rank, because man, although you'd have to get max ref to really get the good ammos, but he's so fucking strong, dude. He's so strong. I also could just feed you ammo the rest of the wipe, and it wouldn't matter. Oh, I had some from the day before. That's fair. Well, fortunately, when I got all my insurance back for my Untar armor kills on Shoreline, I immediately lost them within like 40 minutes. The first two sets I lost literally within 10 minutes, and then the third set I think I threw out. I threw it out, and then when I got that one back, I sold it to the traders because I didn't need it anymore. I hate that. I hate that armor set. I don't mind the chest armor as much because I can put a rig over it and it covers it, but that blue helmet, dude, it sticks out so much. You are just like a sitting duck for anyone that has any sort of eyesight. That's yeah, I think it'll take a while though. Also, weirdly, the RPGs are not on like a personal buying restock, they're just on like a trader restock. So if it's like 10 minutes before it restocks and I buy one, I could buy another one 10 minutes later. That's kind of crazy. That to me is a little crazy. Yeah, I'm not a fan. And it's also level 3 and it sucks. It's like you're not only wearing like observably obvious colored armor, but like you're also wearing very subpar armor too. It's not too bad the first like week or two, but still not great. Usually what I do is I buy like a Umka, one from Jaeger, and I put the helmet in the backpack, and then I wear like a green baklava, and then I just put the helmet on each time I go to kill a scav, because it's not like that helmet's gonna save me. It's not. Said, yeah, nah, it's all around whack. Yeah, that's the move. This late in the wipe though, I don't care. I just throw it on my head. It doesn't matter. You're running into absolute giga chads that are gonna rip you up the moment they see you, whether you're blue or not. Or they're running around with like a thermal or some crazy shit. Made some propies. Okay. Some sugars.
Time to choose.
Yeah, I still need 2 of those tech manuals. And I got a decent amount of decent amount of like loose loot that I need to either sell or sort. I gotta go work through my my keys. You like mentioned it the other day, and I was like, yeah, I literally just have 2 key cases, and I've put every single key I've ever looted inside of them. The whole wipe. I've never sold almost none of them. Wife's cooking up some pork chops at 9:30. No apple pie tonight. Well, if my buddy does not eat the last cherry pastry with custard by like 11 o'clock, he's not going to be able to eat it at all, because I'm going to go back up and make another one and eat it. I told him, I was like, yeah, just put it on air fry for 60 seconds at 350 degrees and you're good to go. Couldn't be easier. Let's see, textile part 1. Oh, I only need 5 of those? I thought I needed 10. So I need 10 ripstops. Listen, I'm all for sharing. What I'm not okay with is wasting food. Dude, maybe you're different. I grew up on like a farm to table situation, so there was always ample food. And my dad always, whether you were his son or my friend or a complete stranger, if you were eating with us, my dad would always tell you, order whatever you would like. You don't have to worry about anything else. The only rule is you can't waste the food. And like, that's my big thing for me personally, is like, please enjoy whatever it is you would like to eat. Just don't waste the food. So if you're there and you want to order a 30-ounce porterhouse steak, by all means, brother, order a 30-ounce porterhouse steak. But you better eat the whole steak. Them's the rules. That's it. Otherwise, you're good to go. Yeah, just like, I don't know, perspective being what it is, right? Like, I think about all the people that like I drive by. Like, I would say like my rule is with vagrants or people that are like begging. As much as I'd love to give you some cash, I don't really want to support your drug habit. So a lot of times what I'll do is just figure out if they want food or if I can get them some food, and then I'll give them some food. Or if I see somebody and it's like a really, really hot day and they're still out there doing that, I'll like come bring them a drink or something and do that. But it's a general rule, I don't just give cash and think that it's going to go to anything other than drugs, because that's usually why. That's usually what they're doing. Back on Tarky, I'm looking at my quests, and gotta be honest, yeah, sadly I do help this one dude, but normally with SIGs or Nick pouches. Yeah, it's like, dude, I'll help a brother out, and like, I've had a couple times where people like make it a thing, oh, I'm homeless, or it's because I look this way. I'm like, no, dude, it has nothing to do with that. It has to do with the practicality of what I'm actually doing to help you. Like, I'm not here to... I think the only exception would be is if you're begging and you have a sign, help me out so I can buy some beer. Then maybe I'll go buy you some beer because you're being honest about it, right? But if you're being disingenuous about what you're begging for money for, I'm probably not going to just give you cash. Sometimes when I drive by him, I'll be smoking a joint and I'll give him the rest of that. I gave him a big backpack from my grandmother's with blankets and medical stuff in it. That's nice of you. Yeah, like that to me is way more practical than just being like, here, go do your drugs, and now I get to feel like I've done something to help you. Like, it's just not the same thing. Giving somebody blankets or giving somebody medical stuff or even just like giving them a little bit of a fucking joint and being like, here you go, brother. Like, I got you. Like, to me, like, that's makes way more sense than giving somebody $10 and acting like that's gonna help them or change their life. It's not. It's just not. I had somebody that, dude, they like pulled up to me, which I don't even I drive a truck, and it's not like a crazy nice truck. And like, in retrospect, when I look back, and I'm like, of all the cars that were in that gas station, I don't know why he like parked up. It might have been because of the cross on my neck, and he felt that I was the guy to ask. That might be that. It's a good observation. He like pulled up, and he was like, "Hey, brother," he's like, I'm in a rough spot. Can you help me out? I need some gas or whatever for my car. You know, I lost all my money when I was at the casino, and there's a couple different things. I didn't have any cash on me, so I declined. And then also, like, it'd be one thing if like something happened and you were just like an innocent bystander to that event. But you have to know, if you're a grown-ass adult, that like a casino is not the place to be. Like, to me, like, that is an addiction, and like anybody with half a brain, just like with cigarettes, knows that the house always wins, right? Like, you can't smoke cigarettes and then get like throat cancer and then be like, "Oh, I didn't know." You gamble, that's your own. Yeah, like, I'm sorry, like, I'm enabling your addiction, right, by doing that. So I declined. Plus, I didn't have any cash on me. And he was like, "Oh, well, you could go over and you could like get money out of the ATM." And I'm like, no. I said, I'm okay. I said, I respectfully, I declined. And I presented my hand. I gave him a handshake, and I said, "Hey, I hope you're okay. You know, I hope you end up in a better situation." And I treat him with respect. You know what I mean? I didn't look at him like, I didn't look down on him or anything like that. But I genuinely just was not in a situation where I could help him. And I'm not going to go over to like an ATM and get cash and have this weird like thing. Just no. I'm an organic guy. Occasionally I carry cash, and if I'm in a situation, and I have, where some people have asked me, and I'll help them like that. But like, if you went to the casino and you're gambling, like, to me, you literally just told me that you're probably gonna go gamble more. Assuming that gamble isn't another way for you to say that you're like doing drugs or something like that. And he was kind of already looking a little rough, which, you know, maybe the gambling went poorly, as they usually do. It's like everybody always talks about how much money they won gambling, and I'm like, yeah, but you never talk about the times that you lost. And I'll almost bet you the majority of the time you're losing. He said, "No, you gamble, that's your own issue. If you do gamble, bring a small amount and bring no cards." Correct. So if I go, I'm not a gamble. I'm not a gambling man. Straight up not. I think it's a temptation that like just does not serve you. I don't think anyone gambles and really makes money. I think you can go and like play cards with like the boys and spend like 5 or 6 hours, and if you lose $50, it's just like an investment for you to enjoy yourself, right? Because playing cards with no money on the line it's not the same thing at all. But like, no, sorry, no. For me, there I go like once a year, if that. Yeah, I don't really go. I'll do like I said, like a community-based thing where like we're playing cards and like we have camaraderie and we're shooting the shit and we're like having good conversation, and like the chips actually mean something. Because I've played before where we didn't do that, and like you bet like an asshole. You bet like there's no money on the line. But like a casino is not really appealing. And if I did go to a casino, I would go with like $500 total. And if I double up and I go to 1,000, I take my initial 500 out, and then I gamble the rest of the 500. And if I double it up again, then maybe I take out another 500. But you get what I mean? Like, I'm not the sorry sucker that thinks he's gonna go and quadruple his money at the casino and he's gonna be rich. Like, to me, that's a logical fallacy. You're just kind of dumb if you think that's gonna happen. And I'm sure there's people that do that exact thing, where they do quadruple their money. But I just think 90% of the people that are in that delusion are losing their money. Like, they're losing their money. And if they don't, do they get going while the going is good, or do they stay too long and then they end up losing their winnings, right? Because that's usually what happens. It's the same reason why they will comp you a room, or they will deliberately try to get you to stay there longer, because they know the odds are in their favor. If you're there for 4 hours versus if you're there for 12 hours, if you're there for 12 hours, they're probably gonna take all of your money. Yeah. Or how many times where like people go to fucking Vegas and then they end up with like, they lose like $20,000 because like the casino just feeds them drinks, comps them a room, and they just keep gambling until like God knows what time of day in the morning, and you're just like, I don't know, dude. Like, I'm good. It's gonna be a pass for me, dog. I'm not here to tell you you can't gamble. I'm just here to say that I think it's the statistics don't support whatever delusion you're trying to propose. They support that you're going to lose your money in the long term. Or it's like state lotteries. You ever look at the state lottery statistics of people that win the lottery? They're usually broke or dead within like 5 years. Not because they're financially illiterate, but also because they're surrounded by people that are usually extorting them for that money. And what do they say? Easy money earned is easy money lost. So if you don't really have to like struggle to make that money, you're just gonna spend it flippantly and like just waste it. They make their money. Trust that. Yes. Yes. That business is for them, not for you. I used to work at a gas station. Scratch tickets are awful. Yes. I'm also told that like there's certain lot number ones that you can buy, and there's certain ones that aren't, like the holiday ones, which are complete garbage, that you have a higher probability, but it's still like fucking awful. I don't know, man. I think I'm blessed and pretty lucky at times, but like nowhere in my brain do I think I'm like the fucking next lottery winner. No, absolutely not. I might buy like a $10 or $20 scratch off for like a white elephant Christmas party or something, just so all the degenerate gamblers can steal and try to get it. It makes for a good opportunity, and then it's fucking hilarious when people like steal the scratch offs like 10 or 20 times, and then they go and scratch it off and they get absolutely nothing. And it ends up being worse than the worst gift that they could see. I had multiple people come in spending $100 a day, and then this kid every weekend would come drop $700. Never seen them hit anything good. No, of course not. But I bet you the few times where they won a little bit of money, that's what they would highlight. That's what they would talk about. Oh, I made $50 on a scratcher today. What about the 700 times that you went and bought one and you didn't win? How much are you actually up? My in real life friend hit 50,000 on a $2 ticket though. He did play a bunch as well though. See, if I did that, if I won 50K on a $2 ticket, I would never gamble again. I'd take the 50K, excuse me. Again, smack the mic. I'd take the 50K, and that would be the last time I ever gamble. But then again, to my own acknowledgement, I probably wouldn't win the 50K because I would never even buy the $2 ticket. So maybe I'm missing out. Maybe there's a couple $100,000 that I could have won. He bought a bike and a car. Don't you also have to pay taxes on that too, right? So that 50K is really like 30K? like immediately. That's my other problem with it. It was like multi-$100 million lot of state lotteries, and I really think it's just a ruse for the federal government to claim like 40% of it. Like, yeah, I won $100 million, but after everything's all said and done, I only got 40 mil. I think the only exception is if like you win that, you get married, you could use it in some states as like a wedding gift, and so it would be tax-free, or you could use it as some sort of like inheritance thing. Gate, M4. Okay. Sell any items to Prapper?
Check it out, it's your man who MG, broadcasting live across Los Santos and the whole San Andreas.
Yeah, you got like 35K, like insane scam. Taxes should go by income. Low income should not be paying what a millionaire is in my opinion. Well, that's not even like necessarily the issue, because sometimes when people are like, yeah, tax the rich, and I'm like, okay, well, first we got to define who you mean by the rich, because most of the people I think that actually would fall into the wealthy category don't pay taxes, period. Everything's in trusts and stocks, and they're not actually like paying taxes. They're just reinvesting it and keeping it out of paying taxes. And the people that do pay taxes are really like, what is that, middle class, right? Like, maybe they're slightly more than middle class, but the disparity is so different now between like billionaires and like people that make like a couple $100,000 a year. So it's like you got to like define your terms and actually like get into that whole fucking thing, and then assuming that you come to an agreement on those definitions, like the whole point of the argument is that the majority of the people that actually should be aren't paying at all. Whereas like what was it, that one year, I think it was like 2010 or 2012, GM had like billions of dollars in sales and they paid no fucking taxes. And you're like, wait, what? Wait, what? What? But I gotta report my $600 fucking Venmo payment? Get the fuck out of here. What is that? Yes, they know how to, they're not financially illiterate. They know how to use the system. And I'm not saying that like people shouldn't use trusts and have, you know, have those investments benefit them. I do think that that's the case, but like either your money should stay here in the US and be reinvested, and if it's not, then you 100% should have a taxable rate that applies to you. But like, you got to get people to actually pay their taxes at the level at which that we're actually talking about. They know how to get away for it. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So it's like, and sometimes I talk to people and they get into that whole argument and they're just they're like, anybody that makes more than like 200,000, I'm like, that's retarded. No. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Personally, I think anybody under like $500,000 shouldn't really be paying taxes, period. For the amount of income and money that goes on. But then again, like, even if you already get into that actual conversation, you'd have to get into like the whole Federal Reserve System and the fact that like debt is inherently built into the whole thing, and like 1 + 1 does not equal 2 at this point. 1 + 1 equals like 2.4 because of the extra fucking percentages for money that's loaned out from it. The whole thing is nonsense. It's fucking broken. So it's just like, I don't know. That's why half the time I don't even get into that conversation, because I'm like, okay, well, we're like dancing around a hypothetical around a system that we're acting like it works, but not really. It's made in a deliberate way to be broken, to just always increase and create more and more debt. The whole thing is an exercise in stupidity. So that's why, for me personally, the general message is if this is what we're doing and this is the goal, then can we at the very least agree that if you live in this state and this is where your family is, this is where you should invest your money, and this is where you should try. Yes, everything's ass backwards. Fucking nonsense, dude. If this is where you live and this is where your family is or where the people you love lives, then reinvest back into your community. Create things that are going to benefit your community. You can make money off of that shit, but just keep it here. Like, that's our general messaging when it comes, because anything past that, dude, like, it just, there's so many factors, and then half that stuff isn't even actually true. Where it's like we're acting like this system isn't inherently flawed by design when it is. And as long as it's not backed by anything real, then it's like, it's all fiat. It's all imaginary numbers. So, not that there isn't, you know, not that things don't have consequences, they do, but I don't know, man. I'm a local investment guy. And I think that messaging kind of hits for people that actually give a shit. I think it does. I think they often do try to make things that not only are profitable, but do pay it back. But like, also, dude, there's a certain level of like, and it's honestly their own fault, because a lot of those companies got political in environments where politics were not involved. But like, there's a lot of large companies where I'm like, dude, throw them to the fucking wayside. Never spend your fucking money with them ever again. Like, ever again. Gross. It's like when people talk about like Spotify, and I'm like, I stopped using Spotify in like 2017, and they're like, why? And I'm like, because they tried to infringe on freedom of speech. They tried to like dictate like financial repercussions to people that like broke their terms of service agreements that legally are freedom of speech. I was like, so yeah, no. Any company that starts to censor the very people that like supported them and helped create their business the way that it is, like, your ass backwards. You got your shit fucked up, my guy. Like, bye, bitch. Bye, bitch. Not for me. Which doesn't mean it doesn't have a personal cost. There's some stuff that's on Spotify that's not on SoundCloud and other places, and I just have to live with the fact that I can't hear it. But most of the time that's not the case. Most of the time I can find it somewhere else, so it doesn't really even matter. And they don't pay those artists jack shit anyways. Yeah, bye, bitch. Bye-bye. Kick rocks, kid. Regulated. Yeah, it's like, dude, I look at my like quest lines. There's a couple that like transit from customs to shoreline, survive and extract from shore. Like that one, like at the end of the day, I don't really need any of these, so I don't really care. I think the only one that's left. Where is it? I think it's for therapist, and it would be for like the thick items case, and that would just be for like the privilege of having more space, or I could just wholesale everything and it not matter anyway. So we'll try to find a tech manual. So did you sort your inventory out then? will say the only downside to me doing the overlay with the videos in them into one video is now I can't hear the music. But that's okay. We do everything for the viewers, right? What do we have here?
I suddenly got this feeling of inner peace.
I gotta switch my thing that's over here. I need to just put it on my right one because the right one's easier for me to reach. Yeah, we still vibing, baby. Well, hey, I mean, you did say that you wanted to just chill, so I guess this will suffice, right? We can just chat. Plus, I think with RuneScape, you're able to like do your thing and then also like have a browser open. And as far as I recall, RuneScape is not, the sound is not super important. Whereas like Tarkov, no, I have to be able to hear everything around me. Sweet. Rubber banding.
Нормально, нормально.
I need a tech manual, baby. Which means I just need to hit every single filing cabinet on this map. Said I got 2 RuneScapes up and cleaning a little of the stash. Nah, I got them very low just to hear random events pop up. Yeah, but like for most part, like you don't really need sound. That's why I like, dudes, I've got like a couple different groups of people that I play with or I like to hang out with. That like if I'm playing Tarkov, dude, I can't hang out with them because they're not playing Tarkov, and they respect when somebody calls for comms, but it's just kind of a buzzkill with people that aren't playing Tarkov. They don't really understand the importance of it. Yeah, because you're just farming stuff, right? Also, that black bean corn salsa is delicious, but man, it has given me the hiccups for like the last 2 hours. I don't normally get hiccups.
Скупщику все продам и заживем.
Yeah, no. Plus, a lot of those guys, they're good dudes, but like, they don't know the first thing about microphone etiquette. Yeah, alone to like be muted when they're talking to their significant other or yelling at their kids.
Буду бить аккуратно, но сильно.
Say right now, on one of them I'm mining porcelain, and on the other I'm crafting some of the new gear that came out. So you can have 2 instances of RuneScape running at the same time, or are they different like clients? Like one is old school RuneScape, and then one is like the new one. See, that's wild. Back in my day, that was called cheating. Hello, sir. You find any tech manuals? This man is balls deep in those filing cabinets. The word is out. 100% two separate accounts. But it's the same like same client version. You looking for anything there, brother? No?
Порезку сделай попроще свою, блин.
He doesn't have VoIP. Two launchers open. I think that's an AI. That's crazy. I mean, it makes sense, man. It's like when the game's been around for that long, you definitely want to like cater to the majority, and the majority is gonna want that to happen, right? In other words, if you can't beat them, join them. Wish that man found me a tech manual. That'd have been real cool. Oh my gosh. I left my contacts in for way too long. My question is, did he go into that back corner and loot and then leave because I got here? Or did he search all of these? Because they still have stuff in them, so. Got to the point in RuneScape that I wanted to, that I got my main so high that I wanted to start the whole grind over with a new account and see the level process as a new player these days. That sounds horrible. Better or worse? Now that I have 2 high level accounts, I can pretty much mine, cut, wear, and do anything in the game. What's up, big dog?
What's up, brother?
Looking for anything?
I'm looking for a PSU and a couple relays, if you've seen any.
Okay, I'll keep an eye out. I'm looking for tech manuals.
I'll keep an eye out, too.
Hello? He said relays. I hope I find a relay to give to this man. It's 500% easier. Back in the day, it would take 3 years to get a single 99. Now you get a 99 in a couple weeks. He's looking for PSUs. I'm looking for tech manuals and relays for him. No worries, brother. You want this electric drill? You need like 5 or 6 of them for your hideout.
I'll try to come back if I find them.
Alright, brother. Good luck. Yeah, Scap Gang's been, they've been pretty cool. I actually think the karma system was pretty well executed in this game. Because there for the longest time, dude, it was just savagery. Scavs murdering scavs. Scav on scav violence is at an all-time high. And then Nikita fucking beat everybody down with the karma system. Plus they like tied it into ref or tied it into fence and And then the BTR is based on your scav karma too. So like when I go to the BTR, I think I have 6 or 8 spots. Mav has such bad karma that when he goes over there, he only has 3 spots. I regret nothing about his scav karma. It's fucking hilarious, some of the stuff that he does. You got negative rep for killing you the other day. Well, to be fair, he did deserve it, because I 100% called it out, and then he just absolutely murdered me. What I should do is take this off, put it over there. I mean, it's personally, it's fine. Like we've all team killed at some point, some more than others, but it happens. Also, the amount of dollars that I've found is crazy. It's $366 right now. I might have to clip my perspective. It was funny. Oh, I clipped it. I clipped it as well. I think I called it like Terrified Tyrone something. I'll have to look it up. I looked at you, and then right as I turned to him and say no, he shot. I was like, dude, oh no. Yeah. Yeah, there's been a couple times where you've had VODs on Twitch that I kind of wish were public. Because I'd like to make perspective raids where I take your like a clip from your VOD, and it provides your perspective, and then like I have the raid, and then it'll like cut to you and show you your perspective, and then it's also like a collaboration video where I'll tag you and like kind of reassert whose perspective that is, and then it creates like a little like dual POV story. It's pretty cool. I have a it's called Trapped in Labyrinth on YouTube. It's like a two-man POV when we were on Labyrinth with Bab and Dierte. I would have had Dierte's, but Dierte doesn't stream, and he died like right off the spawn, so it didn't really matter. But I did put his exclaiming in the VOD. It's pretty funny. He like hits the grenade and he doesn't die, and I was like, oh, are you dead? He's like, no, and then he hits another one and dies. He was like, now I'm dead. This definitely looks like it was looted. Scavs are in full force today. 39 VODs published. Have fun. Yeah, I try to do stuff like that as soon as possible when it's fresh. I'm really good about doing that with like certain clips. Even if it's like close to bedtime, I'll still spend like another 45 minutes doing it, because it's just very hard for me to take the time on like a new day and be like, oh, I need to go back and do this. But I do plan on I'm gonna set like one day a week where I just do DaVinci Resolve edits until I have no backlog. That's something that Mav is definitely better than I about. He's just a lot more proficient with what do you call it? With DaVinci Resolve. He's also more familiar with it too, so that's part of it. The cool thing is I need ES lamps, metal parts, tech manuals, so pretty much just filing cabinets, and I should find relatively something. But truthfully, I want tech manuals, because it'll give me my library, and then my skills will level, I think, 40% quicker. Need power cords too. And bronze lions. But we'll take 2 rollers, even though I don't need money. Just watch the VOD with "I'm killing you on accident." I mean, that generally happens when you have somebody that's a little newer and you have a group dynamic that people are unfamiliar with. Like, I told Jay, I was like, well, just so you know, like, when we play with randoms, or even, like, the first couple times I play with you, I generally play slower because I'm trying to get, like, a feel for people's skill sets, like, what they're good at, how they communicate. Like, Mav is my ride or die, and there's times where if he just would declare what he's doing before he actually does it, it would clear up a lot of, like, clarification comms. Because you would know that, like, he's about to go run. Or he's gonna go run over there and loot that body. What is this thing? Brother, get off my screen. I got like a little gnat flying around, and he needs to die. I think he's a fruit fly from the bananas I bought the other day. What's that VOD? What is that VOD labeled? So I can easily source it. Food's ready, be right back. Cool. Also, you're gonna have to tell me what food you got. I don't recall if you told me or not, but I'm big on that. What is the chat eating today? Sometimes I like to... Dude. I'm gonna have to murder this fucking thing. Like, what are we doing?
Кому тут пизды выдать?
Pork, oh yeah, pork chops, Jesus. Back on Ragekov grind. Pork chops, 129.40. Be right back. Okay, I'll go ahead and queue that up right now. I will say I am glad that I took those videos and put them into the overlay, because I really like those videos and I'm pretty content with them for now. I just didn't like having everything queued up and like having to like bounce between the two. It was a little much. This fruit fly needs to fuck off. SVT mags? Okay. So Scav has been through here.
Ну и что тут за хуйня?
What are we doing?
Ну чё, попадос вам тут всем, залетные.
Man, struggling. That sewer manhole? Yes, I do. I'd go run into Lexos, but I feel like that area is so hot that like most of everyone goes in there. Eh.
and silence through the night. What a thrill.
Oh my gosh.
I'm searching and I'm melting.
I had chest today and fucking sore from legs yesterday still.
What a fear in my heart. But you're so supreme.
Okay. I'm gonna sell a bunch of stuff to Prapper. $14 minutes.
You want 18 more items.
Keeper Green No.1 ロッキンローラーマザーファッカー
Okay.
I've been down so long, it look like
So where's this one? Oh, so we're in that corner. For sure, dude. I appreciate you hanging out and talking. Genuinely enjoyed the conversation. I guess hit me up tomorrow, and then I'll try to check out that VOD later tonight when I finish. I'm probably gonna maybe try to do a quest or two. Honestly, I probably should just run some arena and call it there. But appreciate you hanging out. Appreciate the lurk, and I'll see you tomorrow. See you, bud. I will do my best. That's all I can ever promise. Enjoy those pork chops. Lighthouse to shoreline. Streets to interchange. Yeah, I think we're just gonna buy another RPG and maybe do a game or two of Arena.
Now all I feel shit like my bitches look bitches. They didn't know me once, so I left from with. You know in the dark when you drain, it can't flip it. Only been big, that's why I got on Luke Mama, gon' slam her some dope, I have great like a grandma. You know my eyes blinking like those jet like camera. Rolling, holding, I couldn't control, shouting like a channel. My racks are squeaking on that pot and I hop in that Rari, I crinkle like Wario. You can lose your life, but it gon' keep going. Why not risk like when it's gon' keep going? When you got somebody else was born, but at least we got to say we ran on the money, we ran on the digit, we ran on that money, we ran on the digit, we ran on that money. We ran on the digit, we ran on the money, we ran on the digit, we ran on some money, we ran on some digit, we ran on some money.
The source of strength you rely on is fleeting. They will all be turned to dust. The truth is, I ain't no hero of justice or anything else like that. But anyone tries to hurt my friends is gonna burn.
Yep. That's funny. Win a match. Team fight too. We'll see how this goes. Probably poorly, but it's okay. Also, I don't have to constantly restart the video or pick a new one. It just continually plays. Pretty pumped about that. see. This is. Oh, just had to talk a little bit to it.
Well, well, aren't you the confident one? Another proud Namekian soon to be begging for mercy just like all the rest.
All right.
Shut the hell up.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm not gay, but I'm gay.
You just love Wiener, I get it.
Whoops.
Sweet.
Sacrificing that.
Oh shit, I missed.
I bet you would. That's not. You're right. You're right. You're right and you're left.
D-Gens will do that.
What do you guys think?
The LA protests.
What was that?
I'm getting political here. What are you thinking about the LA protests, dude? You better answer.
Correct.
Alright, if I was in someone else's house, I wouldn't do such things.
What's your goofy,
Dude, if you saw them, they're like all boomers. It's like the boomers' last gasp.
What's your goofy? You could have been peeking. That's what I'm talking about. Get your goofy out now. What you...
We did it!
I gotta play aggressive.
Listen, me personally, I don't care for politics, but I think Obama was pretty chill ass nigga.
He wasn't either pretty chill ass nigga, bro.
I think we can all agree on that, my friends.
Realist.
It's because he was at 7 wars outside the U.S.
Ah, shit, I'm reloading!
Goodbye. Sweet. I got 36 minutes, but probably 30 minutes to get this done, so we need to do it in one go.
I'm not gonna lie to you guys, I don't want to talk politics, but I am gay and retarded.
You got made.
I got checkmate with you with this one. I'm black as well.
Oh, dude,
I'm gay,
Jack,
black, and retarded.
Oh my god. He was ready. Also, my teammates are extra spicy.
Alright, real talk though, you let that guy run right by you. You didn't tell me. He ran right by you.
You talking to me?
Yes.
Yeah, there was 2 other targets on the right.
Let's go.
Oh, you mean knife fight, bro?
Why don't you focus up on some kills?
Damn, that was base.
Yo, y'all suck. Shut the fuck.
Shut up, goddammit!
Yep, go get him.
No!
So you gain on it. You gain.
It like stopped running and then started running again. Okay. Sweet. I don't know what the fuck that was. Come on, Chief. Close it out. Nope. Nope.
Gravely command is up and off this hill.
He's... Oh my god. Really? Oh, he wasn't laying down. I'm just fucking blind. Ugh.
Just fucking die already!
You boys asleep at the wheel. I'm guessing he's probably in the middle. Mm-hmm. That man is playing for keeps. My teammates are definitely smooth brains. I'm warming up. Dude, it's just like... They should be able to play it, like, casually. No. No. How dare you. Should have pushed around. Should have closed the gap. Hey! Nice. You didn't completely blow it. Sweet. Maybe we just keep this one over top of it. We got 20 minutes. What's this one? 7 more kills. Okay. No, well.
It's great! Southside the prison, yo. Drug dealers, killers, yo. Sharks and gorillas, yo. Hope that you hinder, yo. Fools and then we, yo. Dope dealing wizard, yo. Car changing color like chameleon lizard, yo. Drive by the prison, yo. Drug dealers, killers, yo. Sharks and gorillas, yo. Hope that you hinder, Fools and then we ain't dope dealing wizards. Car changing color like chameleon lizard, yo. Southside the prison, yo. Drug dealers, killers, yo. Sharks and gorillas, yo. Hope that you hinder, yo. Fools and then we, yo. Dope dealing wizard, yo.
Well, definitely too big. That'll do. I almost kind of want to move it just a smidge larger so that it's up on that line right there, but I'll leave it there for now.
She a certified bitch. Thoroughbred bitch. She a boss bitch. Get a bread bitch. Ass on dick. She a well-fed bitch. Unapologetic. She I said what I said bitch. Got more Chanel than Chanel. missing out. Them hitting hoes never get her mad. She just wish her well. Pussy on for bridge. And she keep it ball, Mr. Clean. Left, right, putting on her jeans. She not a bitch, she a queen. But if you say a bitch, say she that bitch. And if you say a bitch, say a bad bitch. She bad in the real life, she no catfish. It's not a man song, it's the bad bitch. And dog, got a short temper, but her bands long. She finesse anything she put her hands on. She gon' twerk till it's turn into a dance. Hey, bitch, she fuck it up, she fuck it up. Ooh. Got a house, got a car, got the truck too. She a dog, she a boss, she a thug too. Sip wine, drink Henny, hit the blunt too. Ooh. Pussy on for British. And she keep it ball, Mr. Clean. Left, right, putting on her jeans. She not a bitch, she a queen. But if you say a bitch, say she that bitch. And if you say a bitch, say a bad bitch. She bad in the real life, she no catfish. It's not a man song, it's the bad bitch hands on.
Don't run up on that bitch, she a head case, all she do is shoot. I signed my deal up on the PJ and hopped out of parachute. I'm geeked on next week, got no more features, I might just scourge you. I'm geeked on next week, got no more features, I might adverse you. Smoke a little pussy, hoe, get some shell toe. Slapping rap bitches and make it bell, hoe. Two-tone Cartier, match the nails, hoe. No competition, these bitches stale, hoe. Curvin', no curvin', my shit a nails, hoe. They get money, but I can't tell, hoe. Keep running circles, so running stay a hoe. And my shit bumping up in the jail, hoe.
You meddling brats! I hope you all enjoy suffering the same fate as this planet!
All right. Can we squeeze one more? This has to be done in 15 minutes. I don't know if my teammates are smooth brains, but we'll see.
That was good for me.
Yes, I'm still alive, bro.
Hell yeah, where you at?
I'm in heaven. Contain that left side of the map. Contain the left side of the map.
Either kill each other,
Yeah.
Coming from behind,
for you.
Only one guy left, bro.
Yeah, he's mid.
Yes! We'll kill them all! Yay! Also, if they hadn't been VoIPing the whole time, I wouldn't have really known where they were. But I heard both of them. I heard them both right and left. And yeah.
Almost no time left. Finish it.
All right, now we need to win or lose or just get out of the game. Nice. Oh no, he was up top shooting across. Damn you, Rambo. Okay. I was expecting to get good shots. Definitely better on the follow-up. Sweet. There's two of them done.
Y'all talking about some business day. You know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers trying to make it true. Sneak the street just to make a big. Now the world will take you sick. When I met you, you was paying me. Leave the motherfucker latest thing. With the stainless steel. Cause I'm making the order. Up at the altar, blowing that louder. Get so much louder, different in the shoulder, niggas is wrong. I'm thinking that louder. Streets of Miami goes up in Georgia. Then a New Orleans, but still a New York, the nigga that talk.
It was for a leg of metal? Brother. What? Rip the dream.
I'm gonna wait for this to reroll.
You don't know what you're up against, boy.
I know exactly what I'm up against, Teresa, and let me tell you, I'm not worried.
キーファーグリーンナンバーワンロッキンローラーマザーファッカー
Yo, top of the AM, I'm cooking the batch. You can rapping and think about trafficking. There's blood on the money, we savages. You can tell by the driver we having it. Yeah, we took it easy, so don't press your luck. When I feel like squeezing my blood pressure up, I took 2 hoes on the day, doubled up. Before we go eat, they just wanna get fucked. Pyrex, man, you know my handle. Play with them pots, cause Butch don't gamble. But I'm in Vegas with at least about 100. And all blue strips, that's only 2 handfuls. Griselda Blanco meets the Sopranos. I had to season that chicken like Daniels. Shit we don't speak on, all you need to know is when we put our cleats on, ops get trampled. I got your bitch on the hit list, nigga. She'll leave you for a rich nigga. 10 foreigns deep at the quick trip, nigga. I pray for kilos on Christmas, nigga. I drive this bitch like I got it for nothing. She a Scorpio, a Cancer, she fucking. Mini Drake with the banana, I'm thugging. Cardi glasses with the hand, I'm bugging. Pyrex, man, you know my handle. Play with them pops, cause Butch don't gamble. But I'm in Vegas with at least about 100. And all blue strips, that's only 2 handfuls. I got your bitch on the hit list, nigga. She'll leave you for a rich nigga. 10 foreigns deep at the quick trip, nigga. I pray for kilos on Christmas, nigga. Let's go.
Hey yo, I'm the same nigga with the coke and pie. Hey yo, Gucci strap back with the polka dots. Gucci MLB jersey, who you be? I be worthy. Sold them bricks around noon. Ride them back about 2:30. D&G stove, dweller on froze. Yeah, I got that rose plain, hearts on cone, crosses on the chrome, Amiris with the bones, red bottom Chelsea, Indiana Jones. Yeah, I got your bitch fucking Prezi at the low. Bitch never had shit, why she take the road? Pull over, well done, bones fillet, well done. Shoot a shot him 10 more times, left that nigga well done. How you niggas kingpins, you ain't never sell none. Only tell us tell for, if they pull us tell none. Fucking like a porn star, legend on the rack, y'all. Creases on the dance floor, you ain't been to jail once.
Android 17! What are you doing?
This is the controller you used to deactivate us last time, isn't it, Dr. Giraud? I think I'd better hold on to it. What? You disagree? Then let's try another idea.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Ho. H to the OV. I used to move snowflakes by the OC. I guess even back then you can call me CEO of the ROC. Ho. Fresh out the frying pan into the fire. I be the music biz #1
gang banging ass nigga. Crip blood through a red with your bang nigga. You might got a pistol, but the stick is way bigger. I call it KKK, cause my chopper hey nigga. Hang around about a gang banging ass nigga. Crip blood through a red with your bang nigga. You might got a pistol, but the stick is way bigger. I call it KKK, cause my chopper hey nigga. You do a lot of talking, nigga, not me. Do a lot of walking, nigga, that's me. Finna open up a war, got it damn beef. Chopper with the sword, Game of Thrones, 2, 3, backside. T-Tay down the road, finna backside. Late night, pulling in the partners out, scrap side. Made the wrong move, get clapped, die. Don't you think I'm slipping just because a nigga crap? Got a hoodie, man. I'm the boogie, man. We on that bushy, man. Walk around with Uzis, man. It's a move sign, not a Mustang. Let the 30 hang, nigga, I'm so gang. Hang around a lot of gang banging ass nigga. Crip blood through a red with your bang nigga. You might got a pistol, but it's sticky way nigga. I call it KKK, cause my chopper hey nigga. Hang around a lot of gang banging ass nigga. Crip blood through a red with your bang nigga. You might got a pistol, but it's sticky way nigga. Call it KKK, cause my chopper hey nigga.
Expect me to fall at your feet now? Big, strong boy rescues me, so I'm his forever, right? Not that easy. I was wrong about you, Krillin.
Hey, my bitch, like Android ain't seen. I ain't up some weed while I'm sipping on prophet. I see my bitch, like Android ain't seen. Hey, okay, rolling up some weed while I'm sipping on prophet. I see my bitch, like Android ain't seen. Don't she rolling up some weed while I'm sipping on prophet. I see my bitch, like Android ain't seen. Pop the sense of being now your hoe can have the vein. Cause my bitch look like Android 18. I ain't rolling up some weed while I'm sipping on prophet. I see my bitch look like Android 18. Hey, okay, rolling up some weed while I'm sipping on prophet. I see my bitch look like Android 18. Don't she rolling up some weed while I'm sipping on prophet. I see my bitch look like Android 18. Rolling up some weed while I'm sipping on prophet.
I watch how the moon sits in the sky in a dark night, shining with the light from the sun. The sun doesn't give life to the moon, assuming the moon's gonna bow with one. It makes me think of you act to me. You do favors there rapidly. You just turn around and start asking me about things that you want back from me. I'm sick of the tension, sick of the hunger, sick of you acting like I owe you this. Find another place to feed your greed while I find a place to rest. Maybe someday I'll be just like you and step on people like you do and run away all the people I thought I knew. I remember back then who you were. You used to be calm, used to be strong, used to be generous, but you should have known that you wear out your welcome, and now you see how quiet it is all alone. I'm so sick of the tension, sick of the hunger, sick of you acting like I owe you this. Find another place to feed your greed, will I find a place to rest? I'm so sick of the tension, sick of the hunger, sick of you acting like I owe you this. Find another place to feed your greed, will I find a place to rest? Bitch, I'm going up. Introduce you to the fast life, but I'm slow as fuck. Bad bitch, she take a sip. After that, she open up. Living like a rock star. I never been sober, bro.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Hello?
Hello. Hey.
Hello,
so,
world.
Dude, I am streaming in Twitch, right? But I'm also recording at 1440p on Streamlabs. So it seems to be working pretty damn good.
Spicy.
Looks pretty good, too. Yeah,
Do you have the...
I'm going to try to stream on YouTube now here shortly and see how that goes.
Instead of Twitch or also in addition to?
Also, in addition to, I'm going to stream at 1440p YouTube and 1080p Twitch and see how that goes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just on YouTube in 1440. I think I might fuck with Twitch when they give me 1440, otherwise I can't stand the bitrate.
That's what I said too. That's why I said I'm not going to pull these videos. I'm just streaming on it, right? I'm not going to pull the video off of Twitch because it goes to shit once you pull it out of Twitch. So that's why I'm recording on Streamlabs because it looks really good on Streamlabs. And I can split the audio too if I record it. That's the only issue.
You have your recording to like a secondary hard drive?
No.
Is it to your C drive?
Yeah, it's to my C drive.
Okay.
And so it's just gonna, as soon as it's done, I already have the video ready, and I can just throw it right into DaVinci Resolve and split the audio. The audio's already split. I don't have to do anything. It's already done. And I think this might be the way I'll do it from now on.
Yeah, I put Tarkov to only the main cores, and then I put Discord and Streamlabs to only my threads. And it's been working pretty smooth. It's like I replaced the brain that is Windows. How was your master class?
Master class?
Isn't that what you're doing? Going to a class? Master class?
Oh, it's not a master class, it's an AI class, yes.
Sounds better if I say master class.
Just try to learn new stuff, new skills.
You get some useful tips, did you?
Oh yeah, found some new programs.
Sweet.
How to do these programs, and tomorrow we're doing a test, so I gotta study my ass off probably tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I gotta fuck with those thumbnails again tonight.
It's kind of like Google, you know, whenever like we first learned how to do Google, it like tell it the right things, do the right things, you know what I mean? Kind of how AI is. It's very fickle. You gotta be careful with your wordage. Yeah, what's up, Schmo?
What's up, dog?
Yo, Schmo, my boy, how you doing, my guy?
Launching the game? Are you guys in?
Yeah. We are definitely in. I'm just on main game real quick, just resetting all my crafts and shit while
You know my MO, extra out ammo. My fingers tickle, it's like Elmo. My Harish camo. You little niggas nano. The first move is Sister Chicano. Quesadilla with the carne asada. Vilas Zapatas. I think for the ganja. That's me. Pack it in the bowl with golden spoons. Put the stems in hot water like you hold a straw.
I think I'll break my PC if I try to stream on both.
You just doing 1440 across all of them, or are you gonna try to do 4K?
1440 and 1080.
Should I play the last season or something?
No, I'm watching beat swapping over right now. I just was doing all my stuff.
What are we playing?
We're gonna try. Well, I want to get. Actually, it'd be nice if we can get some fucking rank in. That'd be dope. If you guys are down for that. Other than that,
I will play anything.
Yeah, throw me in the pit, man.
That's right. Let's churn it up.
Lil nigga about to rape the market. If we talk about money, baby, now we talking.
And it's dead.
It said, hell no. It says something went wrong, but it still says streaming, so let's go see.
Hey, you're still good on Twitch.
He just got mad at me on YouTube though.